All right, this is a regular meeting for September 3rd, 2025, convening at 6:01 PM. Madam City Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Nakanishi? Here. Councilmember Hothy?
Here.
Councilmember Craig Hensley?
Replay. It was so good, you got to hear it twice.
I'm not sure what was happening here, but I just muted it. Mayor Pro Tem Yepez and Mayor Bregman.
Here.
I'll just note that for Mayor Pro Tem Yepez, we did agendize that he will be joining the meeting via teleconference, so he might already be in the closed session room.
Thank you. And is there any public comments on closed session items? Any cards?
No.
Members of the public? Seeing none. And council's convening to closed session at 6:02 PM.
And Mr. Mayor, I just note that's regarding items C2A, B, and C.
Yep.
All pursuant to government code. Thank you.
Been a long day. All right, we can convene. Council's returning from closed session at 7:12 PM. City Attorney, can you please report on closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council convened in closed session regarding items C2A through C, and there's no reportable action at this time.
Thank you, and we will now have David Diskin of Lodi United for the invocation and call to civic responsibility.
Thank you. Feedback. It's always my honor every year to come here before the council and present a secular call to action in lieu of an invocation. I hope those here find it refreshing tonight, that instead of bowing our heads and giving thanks to a higher power, that tonight we keep our eyes open and give thanks to each other. So please join me in thanking the people of Lodi, the people who make a difference, big or small, with their time or wealth, their knowledge or experience, their selfless dedication to the betterment of their neighbors, of our neighbors. We can start by thanking those serving tonight on the dais, and those who volunteer at the Lodi Access Center and Lodi House or the Boys and Girls Club, or those who beautify our city through Tree Lodi and the Ferry Yard Mothers. Our friends at Bike Lodi who are teaching safety and fixing up bicycles, those who help others to learn how to read at the Lodi Public Library. The hundreds of poll workers who keep our democracy running smooth and fair, the softball coaches, park docents, language translators, pro bono attorneys, and countless board members and commission appointees. Or how about the hundreds of people, myself included, who will be picking up trash later this month at Lodi Lake? By the way, I hope you'll all join us on Saturday morning, September 20th. These are people who, through their privilege, have found ways to give back to their community. These are also just some of the ways that the rest of us can also join them. So tonight, please join me in thanking those who serve our city and inspire us to take action. Thank you.
We will now rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will now start. This is a regular meeting for September 3rd, 2025, convening at 7:15 PM. Madam City Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Nakanishi? Councilmember Houthi?
Here.
Councilmember Craig Hensley? Mayor Pro Tem Yepez?
Here.
Mayor Bregman?
Here.
Thank you.
And yes, Councilmember Yepez is joining in via Zoom. You are not seeing things. So on any case, we will move to presentations. Presentation B1, Olivia.
Presentation B1 is a proclamation recognizing Lodi Tokay Rotary's exceptional service to the city of Lodi and its residents. And I'd like to invite Dan Smith and Councilmember Craig Hensley to the podium.
And Councilwoman Hensley, do you want to present it or?
I think she's receiving it.
Okay. I saw both names on. So I believe I see a few other Rotarians in the room. In fact, I even have my Paul Harris pin on today. In fact, Rotary means quite a bit to myself. I joined a year after I turned 18 years old,
at the best Lodi Rotary Club in Lodi, Lodi Rotary Club. You guys are pretty darn good though, too, I'll admit it. So, but on any case, if you ever look at a monument or a plaque or a gazebo in Lodi Lake, good chance it's either Lodi Rotary, Lodi Tokay Rotary Club. Any worthwhile project probably has one of our logos on it. So without further ado, Lodi Tokay Rotary Club. The Lodi Tokay Rotary chapter was founded in 1977 as the 100th club to join Rotary International. Throughout the years, Lodi Tokay Rotary has been at the forefront of community service in Lodi and beyond, with a past and present membership list reading like a who's who in San Joaquin County's history. Mayors, city council members, CEOs, presidents have all been a part of Lodi Tokay Rotary. The Rotary motto is service above self. And Lodi Tokay Rotary's mission is to end polio, promote peace, fight disease, provide clean water, support education, grow local economies, protect the environment, and disaster response. And the Lodi Rotary Club members abide by the four-way test. Are you able to say those tonight? All right, let's hear it.
Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it bring goodwill and friendship? Betterment?
Better
Friendships to all concerned.
And will be,
See what to think about it.
I think that's good. I think
Well,
you're good.
yeah, okay, we'll call it good.
All right.
yes.
FYI, I have a hard time with that too. You've done far better than I could. Most recently, the Lodi Tokay Rotary has given the city of Lodi in-kind and monetary donations, volunteerism in the community, scholarship opportunities for youth, and improvements to the Lodi Lake Rotary area. The Rotary area was in a disrepair, including the 30-plus-year-old picnic shelter, dilapidated picnic tables, and heavily used barbecue grills. The Lodi Tokay Rotary Club raised funds to restore and beautify the area in order to make it safe and presentable for the community. The original Lodi Tokay Rotary plaque has been damaged and removed. Lodi Tokay Rotary's president, Mr. Dan Smith, undertook restoration of the plaque, and it has been reset in concrete. The Lodi Tokay Rotary is continuing to leave a legacy of service in the local community, such as the World of Wonder Science Museum. They also give worldwide service projects in countries as far away as the Philippines, coordinating efforts through Rotary District 5220 and the Rotary Foundation, and in response to catastrophic events, local and worldwide. Now therefore, let it be resolved that I, Cameron Bregman, the mayor of the city of Lodi, do hereby issue a proclamation recognizing Lodi Tokay Rotary's commitment to excellent service to the city of Lodi and its residents for their improvements to Lodi Lake Rotary area and for President Dan Smith's restoration of the Lodi Rotary plaque. Signed this third day, September 2025. Thank you very much for your service.
I understand you're also a Kiwanian. What? And it also makes it extra special knowing that it comes from a Kiwanian. We did have some help from the Lodi Rotary Club. They had some help there. I had some help from Steve from the city and Christina, who helped guide us and facilitated things for us. It was something quite important to us that we were there when it was originally done, and we wanted to make sure that it represented the city in the way that it needed to be. Thank you very much for the proclamation.
And we do have a number of Rotarians here, and we don't care if you're Lodi Tokay or Lodi or Sunrise. Would our Rotarians please stand up and be acknowledged for this project?
All right, you guys want to get a quick photo? All right.
Bill, why don't you come up here? You were previous president of me, so president. President hasn't. That's okay.
Best place to be. And for our second presentation, we have the week of September 17th through 23rd, 2025 is Constitution Week in Lodi. Would Renee Garcia of the Daughters of the American Revolution please join me at the podium? And we missed a name. If you would say it into the mic so people know.
I am the regent of the El 21 chapter, National Society Daughters of the American Revolution in Stockton.
All right, well, very nice to meet you.
And I'm Dina Primack.
Primack. This is Dina Primack. All right. You know what, and Elizabeth as well, Ochoa? Is she a part of the group?
Yes.
She's a good friend. So.
She's on our board.
And you could be her sister. You guys look a lot alike.
She's
Okay.
helping with Constitution Week also.
Oh, very nice. Constitution Week. The Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law. And September 17th, 2025, marks the 238th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And it is fitting and proper to officially recognize this magnificent document in its memorable anniversary and to the patriotic celebrations which commemorate it. And Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now therefore, let it be resolved that I, Cameron Bregman, the mayor of the city of Lodi, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd, 2025 is Constitution Week in the city of Lodi and urge all citizens to participate in events or ceremonies honoring the existence and importance of this most significant document. Signed this third day of September 2025. Thank you very much. And if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also just point out that in 2026, it will be the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. America's 250th is a big event. Events all around the country have already started. And if you just Google it, you'll find all kinds of lectures and events to go to honoring our different branches of the armed forces. We're going to be having a ceremony to honor the 250th of the U.S. Navy in our chapter, a commemorative event. So I encourage all of you to get involved and celebrate because this is a milestone for our country. And we need patriotism in our country.
I just want to let you know that every year we donate posters of the Constitution to area schools. And if you happen to be at the library, we will have a display at the public library as well. Yes, and yes, at the library, there will be free posters to take also.
All right, I will now move to our city clerk to go over the consent calendar.
Mayor, I do have a couple of announcements before we move forward with the consent calendar. I just want to note that public comment cards are available here in the front and in the back. If you have a public comment on either an item on the agenda or that's not on the agenda, please feel free to fill out a comment card so that I can ensure that I call your name to come up and provide the public comment. Additionally, we do have translation services tonight. Spanish translation, Rosa's right back there, and she's more than happy to come up to the front if you need Spanish translation. So please just let me know, or she's standing in the back, we can wave to her and she'll come right up. With that, we have items C1 to C10 on the consent calendar. We do not have any changes to the consent calendar, so we do submit it to the council for your review and approval. As is.
Thank you, Olivia. Do we have any members of the council that would like to pull off any items for more questions or separate voting?
Mr. Mayor, if I could pull C7 for just comment and public comment, so.
And any others? Do we have any members of the public that would like us to pull off any consent calendar items for a separate vote or more information? If you do, please come to the podium or Olivia now. Seeing none, what are your questions on C7?
I just wanted to comment that I'm very pleased to see that we are looking at the fire lane issue first and foremost as the bigger Turner Road improvements issue, that we're tackling the low-hanging fruit first. And I want to appreciate the fire chief and the police chief for responding to, I was out there on Labor Day. There were 3 cars parked in the red zone that's already painted red. And so we obviously have a problem on an ongoing basis out there. And they responded to it and took care of that. So I appreciated that. I also wanted to recognize Donna and her neighbors who are here and ask if you have any comments that you would like to make. We know this is a first step. We know that you're wanting to move forward with the issue of permit parking there. So I hope that this is something that you feel is moving you and the neighborhood closer to greater safety and accessibility as you try to have a little more of a livable area next to the lake. So I don't know if you'd like to say anything, but here's your opportunity. If not, that's just fine. Just want to recognize you all.
So, and I will bring this up now just because I assume we do have a lot of individuals in the room that would like to speak tonight. So, Madam City Clerk, I'm going to limit all conversations today to 3 minutes maximum, which apply now. Thank you.
Well, as unprepared as I am, I'm sorry. I would like to point out the issues that we have on Laurel are like twofold. I live at the skinny end, and we have a set of issues, and then the two lane has another issue. At our end, which we are addressing tonight for a fire lane, what's been happening to us there is people come and they just park there, like in front of the 2-story house. We cannot even get home. And then there's been confrontations with Brad, who lives there. He's missing a tooth, having been punched out there. All these things over parking issues. So as I understand, it'll be 2 lanes, both sides of our narrow street will be painted red, and it'll be a fire zone, which will be very handy. And hopefully that helps us at our end. I don't really totally understand the legalities of when we have it all painted red, if we can just call the tow truck and get them gone, or if we have to have the police involved. I thought I would figure that out later, but we appreciate your effort in this whole thing. And then the second part of this, I guess, will come up maybe the first part of November for the permit parking. And that's all been issued or taken to Dorothy upstairs. So I thank you very much, and we'll be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. And do we have any other comments?
I just wanted to thank them. You know, for individuals who contact us that think, oh, we're not going to get anything done, we work really hard with our city team to try and get things done. So sometimes it doesn't happen overnight, but please be persistent because we are here to serve you. So thank you very much for being persistent, you and your neighbors. So thank you, Donna.
Thank you, and I will take a motion for the consent.
Second?
All in favor?
So Mayor, due to Mayor Pro Tem Yepes joining us
Individual vote.
on Zoom tonight, I will be taking roll call votes on all agenda items. So I'll start with Councilmember Nakanishi for the consent calendar. Councilmember Hothy.
Yes.
Councilmember Craig Hensley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yepes.
Yes.
Mayor Bregman.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And I assume that passes unanimously. And we will now move to item G1.
Steve,
Oh, I apologize. No, we have non-agenda items first.
no worries. I know because I have a comment card. I do. I
On
have
what item?
public comment on non-agenda
Oh,
items.
yes, yes. Okay.
Mr. Claxton? Oh, I apologize, Mr. Claxton, just one moment. We do have a number of individuals that were just appointed on our boards and commissions, so if we'll take a moment to do the oath, just real quick. So let me
I'll go ahead
call
and call
them.
them up.
Yes.
Nick Dalebout, Brian Campbell for the Lodi Library Board of Trustees, Geneva Mello and Haley Johns to the Lodi Arts Commission, Carrie McNichol to the Planning Commission, Molly Wall to the Greater Lodi Area Youth Commission, Zachariah Abdul Gadar, Ansley Chen and Marinda Hatun, and Inderjit Samra to the Greater Lodi Area Youth Commission. And
That's
that's it.
appointments.
If all would please come to the front. Welcome to the city.
Okay. Mr. Claxton, thank you for being so patient with us.
We will now move to non-agendized items, and you may take the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Bregman and council members. I'm David Claxton. My wife and I own French at Heart on School Street and Twin Arbors Sports Club on Hutchins Street. I'm the president of the Downtown Business Alliance. I recognize that you've got a very busy agenda this evening with several critical issues to be discussed, so I'm going to make this brief. Mr. and Mrs. Claus send their greetings and hope you are all having a wonderful summer and everyone is being nice. They look forward to seeing you in just a few months. The holiday season will be upon us in no time, so I thought I would give you a quick update on our holiday planning efforts. The Downtown Business Alliance is again making it our mission to bring more life to downtown Lodi during the holiday season. We want to hallmark downtown and make it a destination for holiday shopping, gathering, dining, and we are building on last year's success. This year's plans so far include extensive decorative ideas and several special events. These include lighting up School Street again with the overhead lighting, and I'm happy to report that Lodi Electric is again sponsoring a large portion of the cost of the lighting project. We are currently scheduled to start the light installation on November 9th, and I want to have a big shout out to Jeff Breckheimer and his team for their support. We are working directly with Segali's on our plan of having a large, fully decorated and well-lit tree at the Post Office Plaza and another tree at the Theater Plaza. We are expanding our Santa's Village at the Post Office Plaza to include several other fully decorated structures similar to the gingerbread house that we had last year. We will have the wreaths on the light poles and giant Christmas bows on the elm trees. Visit Lodi will again have their amazing holiday banners up. We are asking all businesses to decorate their storefronts, and we will be holding a best decorated contest. I'm going to skip through some since I'm running out of time. Our events include Small Business Saturday, which will include a formal tree lighting ceremony. And Mayor Bregman, we hope you will honor us and light the tree for us. On Saturday, the 6th of December, we will have a holiday scavenger hunt with participating businesses, our storefront decoration voting, and Santa will be downtown from 2 to 6 p.m. On Thursday, the 18th, we'll have a late shopping night with live music, Mr. and Mrs. Claus, and the businesses will stay open until 8 p.m. And if I could have an extra half a minute here, I've got a couple of asks of the city. Okay, one of which is to ask the city to pass a resolution extending the parking limits downtown from 90 minutes to 4 hours on Black Friday through Christmas Eve, as we've done in the past.
David, give me one moment. Olivia, is there any other items I can have David finish up on the agenda?
If you would like Mr. Claxton to email his public comment, I can make sure that all of council receives it, and then
Okay.
staff can get to work on.
David, I apologize.
Those
I only
items.
am this strict also because we have a lot of individuals in the room. But I will say I love what you guys are doing. I think the entire council absolutely loves it. It's one of the most amazing things that I think I've been able to even think about supporting since being on this council. In fact, so I'm Dutch. I know I'm supposed to be living in Ripon. I've been told already. In fact, our heritage, we have very similar. We have someone named Sinterklaas. Same thing, okay? Sinterklaas, look it up. And we actually have wooden shoes in Holland, which actually were used in the 1900s. My own grandfather used them. And apparently they put carrots inside the wood shoes instead of cookies and milk. And in the morning, they're supposed to be taken away by Sinterklaas. So anyways, it's really neat to see different, cultures and countries and different interpretations. So, but we do appreciate you, and I do apologize for having to cut you off.
No problem. I had planned my presentation on 5 minutes, not 3. So I will send it off to the city. And in closing, I want to thank the entire council and city staff at the various departments that have been very supportive of us last year and will be this year. So it'll be a big success. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Claxton, I will move forward the ordinance again, as in the past 2 years. So absolutely, I'm happy to move that forward.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other individuals in the room that would like to speak on non-agendized items? That means not on the agenda. Please come to the podium now if you'd like to speak on such. Seeing none.
Mayor, I would just like to note that I believe we left off Ms. Costa from the swearing in. She was appointed to the Lodi Improvement Committee. So just, Ms. Costa, are you here? Oh, I am so sorry.
Okay. Is she agendized?
Yes.
Yes.
She was just appointed. Yeah. My apologies.
Sorry about that. You're in.
Now you're the focus of all the attention, Bertha.
All right, and I will move to non-agendized items for council members, if you have anything to bring up.
I do. A couple of things first, just reporting out on attendance at events and activities since the last council meeting. Along with our economic development director, Luis and I attended the Beam Circular, which is a nonprofit organization that is really doing a lot of work in the North San Joaquin Valley. Beam really promotes a transformation of ag byproducts, food waste, and forestry to valuable sustainable materials, energy, chemicals, and consumer products. This is a real opportunity for our ag community. The bioeconomy is booming, and it is something that we want to take advantage of, being an agricultural community. Also attended the San Joaquin Business Council meeting where Genevieve Valentine spoke about the soon-to-be-constructed Be Well campus, which is going to actually have its groundbreaking on September 10th. So it's a very important facility for mental health, drug addiction, veterans who need assistance with all of those issues. Along with Councilmember Yepez and our HR staff, we conducted 2 mornings of interviews with executive search firms. So we have a short list for our HR folks to be able to use for executive recruitments. Attended a meeting of the Regional Rail Commission Ad Hoc Committee about station facilities, toured the Seppiet facility in Lodi with the Chamber of Commerce, our Lodi Unified School District Superintendent, and our City of Lodi PIO discussing needs for workforce development, and attended the San Joaquin Council of Governments meeting where we discussed the free bus transfer to your pilot program. So if you are going to Stockton and you need to take the Hopper, it's a free ride, and coming back and getting on the Grapevine, it's a free ride. So it's a 2-year pilot program that is being shepherded by the COG in order to improve the experience and increase ridership and reduce financial barriers. I have another item that I want to discuss because I've received a number of comments about the proposed demolition for the Sunset Theater. This is an issue near and dear to me. I wrote the nomination to the National Register of Historic Places for this property, so I'm very knowledgeable about its history, its value to the city, and so at this point in time, I have asked, and our city council, or excuse me, our city attorney is looking into outside counsel to review the issue, notwithstanding the demo permit has been issued. Because it is determined eligible for listing, it is actually on the California State Historic Register. In that particular instance, it's my understanding that notwithstanding a housing project would be planned for this development, that it does not, under CEQA, basically say that we can just ignore the potential historic significance of the property. So it at least has to go through a CEQA review. As I said, city attorney has said that they have outside counsel looking into this issue. So that's where we stand with that. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history because it may be the last time you ever hear about this particular property and its significance to the city. And yes, a lot of us went there and watched movies when we were kids, but it is the last of the single-screen theaters in terms of its architectural heritage and contribution. It's an art moderne international style. A lot of people look at those buildings and they think, oh, well, you know, it's not that great architecturally. But for its period, it was extremely significant. There are 3 sister theaters. This is the last one standing. The other 2 were demolished, and it remains as that last modern motion picture house. What I think is also important about it is the fact that it was developed by Mike Naive, who was a Lebanese immigrant. He began his career in 1912 with a Nickelodeon in Atlantic City. He ended up coming to Lodi and actually started working at the Lodi Theater. All of you may remember that one downtown that was destroyed by fire. That particular building was in place for many, many years, and it was one of a number of movie houses that were in this city. And he ended up going to the head of what was the California Theaters and eventually United Artists. So, you know, it was someone very significant who was an immigrant who really helped develop the entertainment industry in Northern California. So it's not just about how we value these places. Sometimes it's about the story, about the people. Many of us are aware of families who've come as immigrants and made their mark in our community. So I just wanted to share that as what I think is an important aspect of our city's history. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other council members? Seeing none, we will move to item G1. Madam City Clerk.
Item G1 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the acting city manager to enter into amendment number 3 to the agreement for engagement of legal services with Myers-Nave related to employment matters and personnel investigations for a total contract amount not to exceed $600,000. And I'll turn it over to our acting city manager.
So with that, the city council received a briefing in a closed session last week detailing the particulars behind this third amendment. So at this point in time, I'm prepared to answer any clarifying questions that I can in open session, but then the amendment before you would be as stated by the city clerk. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any clarifying questions from council?
How much have you spent so far? And how much more are we going to spend, approximately?
So as of August 30th, the expenses are $525,000 to be able to take this third amendment and have it run through its completion would be an additional $75,000 for a total cost of $600,000.
I'd like to make a comment, you know. We spend quite a money.
Doctor, if you would talk into the mic, just so everybody.
We spend quite a bit of money on this, right? And I think all of us want a closure. We're almost at the closure. I want to read a note from John Smith. He has a lot of experience. He's a citizen of Lodi. He said, you know, it's important to have good legal advice going into a decision. I think the decision that the city council made last week to close it was a good decision, and hopefully the issue will be closed shortly. That's all.
Do we have any other clarifying questions from council?
I'd just like to make a comment building on what Councilmember Nakanishi said. I agree. This is the end of the road as far as I'm concerned for this contract. We're being asked to approve an additional $340,000, of which $265,000 has already been spent. How the not to exceed amount of $260,000 was exceeded exactly without a vote, public vote from this council, I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth. I think I was under an impression that the work being done was being done under the 260, but clearly that was not the case. Notwithstanding that, I said last time, people need to be paid for their work. So we have on the table, as the city manager has stated, an additional $340,000, of which it's my understanding that $75,000 will take us to the conclusion and a report out of the investigation underway and basically determination on the status of the city manager. So that is my understanding. I'm not interested at this point in approving any more additional costs beyond this tonight. This is it. This is the end of it. And I wouldn't be agreeing if the money hadn't already been spent. So I am at that point and reluctantly am going to end up supporting this.
Is that all the questions in state from council then? Ramon, online? Assuming not, I will move to take comments from the public. Do we have any comment cards on this?
Yes. The first comment card I have is from Dan Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city leaders, and to those in the audience. I'm proud to proclaim myself a citizen of the city of Lodi, and I think all of us are. Many of the efforts that I put forth are for the betterment of our city. But unfortunately, we're under the shadow of a diseased presence when it comes to issues related to the conduct of employees of this city. And the citizens deserve to have a full and complete resolution of any allegation that's been placed so that we gain and regain confidence in our leadership here and in the activities that are not only done here, but by all those who support their love of Lodi. I will share with you that these opinions are my own, but I'm a veteran of more than 50 years in law enforcement in this area. I have served 42 years with the Sheriff's Office and currently serve as a chaplain with the Lodi Police Department. It has been an underlying goal throughout my career with all those with whom I've worked that we undertake the task of ensuring that justice is served. That's the goal of law enforcement, but justice is also served here. And I believe that it's essential to the health of this city, to the recovery from the shadow that's been cast, that we move forward to a resolution that is complete and total to the public's knowledge and to the knowledge of those members of the council, so that there's no unanswered questions as to the conduct of any employee. And I would leave you with just a saying that I used throughout my law enforcement career, which encouraged me, and it's from John Adams. Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be your wishes, your inclinations, or the dictates of your passions, they cannot alter the states of facts and evidence. I just encourage you to get to the point where all the facts are revealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. And next.
The next comment card I have is from Michael Fletch. I apologize if I mispronounce any names.
Got it right. Well, I'll be very brief. First of all, I appreciate Mr. Lane's comments, and I agree wholeheartedly. I'm an attorney here in Lodi. I've been practicing more than 30 years, and I want to be clear that I'm not involved in the investigation or I don't benefit in any way, except as a citizen of, a resident of Lodi. And I am concerned about it. As a practicing attorney, I know how these investigations go and how the litigation that may follow goes. And as a resident of the city, I'm just concerned about it. And, you know, there's clearly much more than a lot of the public realizes about Mr. Carney, as seen by the public letter that our city attorney wrote some months ago, and which was posted in the Lodi News Sentinel. That was a public letter. And all the other apparent investigations regarding Mr. Carney that were mentioned in that letter. And so, in my opinion, when Mr. Carney some months ago addressed the council, I believe he was trying to set himself up as whistleblower.
possibly to conceal some wrongdoing on his own part or that he knew about, and possibly as a pretext to sue the city. And so I just think we need to get to the bottom of this. We need a full investigation. And if it costs a little more, then so be it, but that needs to be done. This sort of thing has happened where a city employee brings a suit against the city. This has happened in many other cities, and it can be financially devastating to the city. And so I think we need to address it. The council needs to address it. I think the city needs to finish the investigation thoroughly and take appropriate steps, measures to protect the taxpayers from any frivolous litigation that might follow. The amount, I realize it's a lot of money, but the amount that the city spends now to adequately address the situation ultimately is going to save the taxpayers a lot of money in the long run. It's an investment for the taxpayers. And so I would just urge the council to approve the full amount that's being sought so that we finally can put this to bed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletch. Do we have any other comment cards for tonight?
Yes, the last comment card for this item is from Steve Beckham. Or Beckman? My apologies.
Hi, my name is Steve Beckham. I'm here as a private individual, but I am a commissioner on the Housing Authority of San Joaquin County. As you know, we have properties here in Lodi, and we are proposing others to be built. And items hanging over the city like this just paint a bad picture. The guy messed up badly. You've had it investigated. If approving these funds get this taken care of quickly, I encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please come forward now.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and residents of Lodi. My name is JP Doucette, President and CEO of the Lodi District Chamber of Commerce. I wasn't going to speak on this item. I understand that, this item came back before the council because there was a little bit of misunderstanding about how much of these funds had already been spent on this investigation, and so it came back for further clarification. I didn't feel obligated to speak, but after some of the comments that were made prior, I would like to remind everybody, if they look at their agenda items tonight, there are several items in terms of P-card policy use, reduction of the number of P-cards in circulation, as well as a forensic audit that was recommended by previous staff under the city manager's recommendation. So I'll just remind council and the public of that fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Mike Karuba. I didn't expect to speak either, but service was quick at Pietro's. I think we kind of buried the lead here as far as I'm concerned, which is to say the thing that concerns me, and I learned about it a few days ago, I didn't notice last week, but the idea that you're approving monies that have mostly already been spent is a problem for me. And I think that was some of that to me, I'll make anyone a wager where this investigation leads. Meet me after in the hallway. I don't think there's going to be anything dramatic, but the process is the problem, or certainly one of the problems. And I don't know if it's because of the transition from Bobby McGee being gone. I don't know who's supposed to be monitoring the dollars being spent by the attorneys. But it's awkward to come and ask to approve monies that have been spent above the limit that they're already approved. That's, I think, for the business community, which I kind of speak for in my own mind anyway, that is the concern that I have and we have. Now, I don't think there's any, funny business going on. I just think there's a lack of internal controls. Now, I can certainly understand that more today with all the transitions, which I think one of the speakers said is, we really do need to wrap this up because we need a full-time city manager. We need a deputy city manager. We need permanency. We have department heads that are retiring. The costs that aren't being talked about are the costs all of the things that aren't happening because there's no one home at City Hall. The businesses that may have been trying to open, plans that are all being put on hold, things that you don't even know about. I don't know about most of them either. We have to come to a resolution, and we have to be realistic. And I will say it right here, right now, that I think we have spent on attorneys, and we spent the money on attorneys. There may be more attorneys. We have Mr. Kearney's salary Carney while he's on leave, and you add all these monies up, and I think this case would have been settled for something that or less. That's my prediction. Okay, if it gets there. And if there's something else goes on, I want the best for the city of Lodi, but I think I wonder what this would be if this was your money being spent versus the city's. And you're all good people, and I appreciate you all, but it's a different thing when it's your money. And sometimes you got to make decisions that don't feel good, but you got to get them done because it's the state of California we're in. And I just think the time has come to turn off the faucet on these fees. And we need to move forward. I think that's the most important thing. And I don't know who's trying to cover their end. But we've got to get a department heads filled who are retiring. We got to get a full-time city manager, which may not be easy. And let's put this behind us and never have this happen again. So again, the idea about the dollars being spent in advance of your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Karuba.
Originally $60,000. Amendment 1 raised it $150,000 to $210,000. Amendment 2 went another $50,000 to $260,000. Last meeting we were talking about going to $600,000, but wisely we wanted to find out how much they already spent. So $240,000 of the $340,000 has already been spent. That's a problem. I agree with the gentleman, and that's why I was getting up to speak. This investigation is about improprieties. That in itself is an impropriety. When you have attorneys spending $240,000 that they're not even authorized to spend, we got a problem. And that's all I have to say. I do agree we've got to get it done. If it's only $100,000, praise God for that, but I doubt that's going to end it.
So I would like to mention a comment, which is anything talked about in closed session, I am not able to, without a council vote, even talk about in public. And what I can further tell you is council does have the ability in closed session to let the attorneys know they can go through with more work, as in, yes, we will reimbursement. There will be no payments into these companies until council approves this expenditure. So they're officially not paid. They're actually, they are hoping that we approve this. That is a trust fall, if you would. And so one of the alternatives would have been cancel the investigation or stop the investigation until we approved funds. And you have one or the other. A few things I'd like to notice. I mean, we even have a council member in another country right now, okay, Spain. It is not the easiest thing to have 5 people's schedules always align. I do remember another individual that wasn't able to make a lot of our meetings, which I can say this because we actually have to report on who's going in a closed session. And so yes, there are absolutely some difficulties. Do I think we can communicate better with the public? Absolutely. And if I had my choice, yes, we would have approved these expenditures. But above all, and thank you, Mr. Fletch, for saying what you said, it's an investment towards the city of Lodi and the taxpayers because there's multiple ways to look at this. And the worst thing we could have done is cancel this investigation until we get approved more funding, okay? That's number one. Number two is, doesn't the public want to know what happened, okay? What is that worth to the public? That's, to me, for 70,000 residents, that's one of my highest objectives in all of this, okay? Completing reports so that we can give as much as we legally are able to the public. And that wasn't mentioned at all. Mr. Kruba, you did mention the money factor. It is absolutely a factor. And I agree. I wish we would have been able to put this on sooner. And of course, there's a lot of closed session talk of why we did what we did. But number one that was not mentioned was getting information to the public. So that is one of my goals, and I've said that more than once. Do we have any other, actually, I believe we still need to take any other public comments. Do any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will take any council comments.
I'll just add that I agree with a lot of the sentiment in the room, and if I had, partial information, I would probably go up there and say the exact same things. My understanding is that of August 31st, approximately this investigation is about 90% complete, assuming all else goes according to plan, and very hopeful that we have a resolution here because it's very costly, and there's some good points made.
As a city council member, I cannot come to you and tell you the story. I'll tell you something interesting. I have not even spoken to each of the city council members one-to-one because of the Brown Act. So what we learn is in our closed session and what we hear from the newspaper. In fact, the newspaper gives me a lot of information, but I can't talk to these people. It's in a closed session, and because it has to do personnel, that's why it's so costly. And we're getting good advice. I mean, it's supposed to be a good firm. So, and I was frustrated too because I want a closure. I want a closure. But with this last segment, we should get a closure because many of us aren't going to put more money into it. I will vote for it anyway. And when that time comes, be very precarious. So we got to get the closure. And I'm confident, hopefully it will be closed shortly.
Thank you, Doctor. Do we have any other council member comments?
I do want to make a comment, okay? We're going to talk a lot about the credit cards and so forth here, right? These are some of the things that was found out throughout this investigation. Stay here, stick with it. What's some of the procedures that we're going to change because of the process we went through. Thank you, that's all.
And I will take a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Councilmember Nakanishi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hothy?
Yes.
Councilmember Craig Hensley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yupez?
Yes.
Mayor Bregman?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we will move to item G2, Madam City Clerk.
G2 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the acting city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Hoslet Forensics for accounting review services in an amount not to exceed $45,000.
All right, and we have a presentation from our city manager.
Yes, back in July, the city council did receive an update out of closed session from financial assessor Kevin Harper. Kevin Harper was hired by outside legal counsel to investigate claims of financial mismanagement. The report out, Mr. Harper did not find any evidence of fraudulent activity. However, he did recommend some further accounting review, specifically in the utility deposit and holding accounts, the additional review of CalCard transactions, and the city's Amazon business account transactions to ensure compliance with city policies. At the direction of the city council, I am recommending that the city enter into an agreement with Hoslet Forensics to be able to do that accounting review. I would like to clarify that this is not a forensic audit. What this is an accounting review in these three areas as recommended by the financial investigator. We expect that the amount not to exceed for this work will be $45,000 and take approximately 3 months to complete. And with that, both myself or Mr. Hoslet are in the audience with any questions that you may have.
All right, I will move to council first. Any other individual council questions?
Yes,
Is he-
Hoslet should be here. There we go, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Might I address some questions, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Hoslet? Okay. 30.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
My first city council meeting.
I don't think it'll be your last, so. Mr.
It's a little more
Haslett.
exciting than I thought.
Yeah, well, thank you. You're welcome to come anytime. Just a couple of questions. I noted in your proposal that you look at a 2-year sampling. Can you give me, based on your practice, this is an area you specialize in, why 2 years, what 2 years? Not quite clear on why you pick a 2-year timeframe.
So I actually arbitrarily picked a 2-year timeframe, and what I plan on doing is going in and looking at the cards and the Amazon purchases for that timeframe, narrow it down to see if there's any issues that just come up when you look at them, and then do a smaller sample at the end of the day. And realistically, it all boils down to how easy is it to get records? Are they accessible? Can we get them in a downloadable format where we can analyze them very quickly? And the goal is just simply to get the whole population for a time frame and look at it and see if there's anything unusual, and then go through and analyze them. And then at the end of the day, provide recommendations and just make sure the assets are secure and everything is secure.
Do you do it the current 2 years, or do you just arbitrarily pick a 2-year timeframe?
Really, usually it boils down to a lot of times what the issues are related to what's going on. Keep in mind, I've only been into this for a couple, 3-4 hours.
Sure.
I don't have a lot of detail. I haven't looked at any of the underlying records. So what we do is we'll just simply go down and it'll be a roadmap. We'll look at the 2-year time frame, see if there's anything in there. If there's a time frame that we need to go back farther because there's an issue related to it, we'll just adjust and we'll modify as we go through.
Okay. I've asked our city manager to make sure to provide you the Baker Tilly memo, which also provides additional information on all of this. I noted you've received quite a bit of information, but that memo is something that I suggested you receive as well to help you with framing a more efficient review. The other thing I was wondering about too was you do indicate, best practices, you'll make recommendations under each of the items that you're going to be doing an accounting review of. Might I ask, because I did quite a bit of research myself, and this ties to best practices in what positions have Cal cards. And you can find a little bit of a smattering out there on the internet, but what I'm finding is that other than in some instances where a policy may specifically call out in the policy document, the city manager, or in other instances, some department heads don't get them, but all of the administrative people underneath get them because they're the ones making the purchases. I would like to see recommendations about best practices in positions that should have access to Cal cards, if there seems to be a standard out there. Is that something as part of a review of Cal card policies that you can make a recommendation on?
The answer is most likely yes, but I would have to research it.
I understand,
At
I
the end of the
understand. And yeah, there's only so much time that I can commit to researching too. So you're the guy with the experience, and that's what I would like to ask that be added to that scope of work, is to ensure that you are given the ability to make a recommendation on positions that logically need to have a procurement card. So.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when we go through and do any kind of project, what we're doing is we're looking for any of the issues and concerns that you have across the board, and we'll hopefully address them and come to a resolution on them so that everyone can move forward.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time, and thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for having him here.
Yeah. We've done audits on all these cards and so forth. Before, we would talk about a forensic audit, and we were informed that a forensic audit is not going to be done because it was not needed and is very expensive. Is that correct? Forensic audit?
I'm sorry, was that a question to
The
me?
forensic audit, I'm asking you, it's not going to be done, it's very expensive. Is that correct, to do a forensic audit?
Well, I think we're getting caught up a little bit on quote unquote what a forensic audit and what a consulting project and all that is.
Yes.
Our goal, I don't classify things differently.
Okay.
In the accounting profession, when you do financial statements, you have reviews, compilations, audits, and they all have different levels of work. My goal at the end of it is very, very simple, to review the 3 areas at issue here and come up with a resolution so everybody's comfortable that if there's something that happened that's been identified, if there's not something that happened, everyone feels comfortable about it, and at the end of the day, have procedures in place so that we don't sit up here again.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan that I only want to work with people one time.
Appreciate that.
I like it. Any other council members, questions, statements? I'm going to open it up to the public now. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards? Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come to the podium.
Mayor and council members, I was planning on speaking on this item, for clarification. JP Doucette, Lodi District Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. On behalf of the Lodi District Chamber of Commerce, I want to recognize tonight's step to bring in Hoslet Forensics. This is something that the chamber has been recommending, and to be fair, previous staff has been recommending, really beginning with the mid-year finance report in February. I went back and looked at that mid-year report, and I want to note a couple of things that Mr. McGee spelled out, in especially his last few slides. He noted positives during that report, and one of the positives was that even though there was significant risk factors, there was no evidence of fraud or malfeasance at that time, and that's a direct quote from his presentation. But he also identified the key pitfalls, and they were all under what he called a lack of staffing. He recognized the lack of capacity had created the condition of these poor internal controls. And this was backed up by the Moss Adams assessment that was later conducted, which was also recommended in that report. And this same report also noted that we were already underway in terms of trying to improve in some of these areas. Of course, as just referenced, we completed the Moss Adams audit, our report, and now we are moving towards kind of a deeper level analysis. I really do wish this work had been prioritized earlier. You know, in some of the comments on the earlier agenda item, I think it could have brought some clarity to these issues much sooner, because these issues have proven divisive, as we heard here tonight. But again, I'm here to applaud this effort. It's absolutely necessary, but it's one piece to this puzzle. To achieve the lasting change that really started back when we did the search last year for a new city manager, or actually, going back to last year, you know, that's what we were hoping to achieve. And if we really want to see through that change that the community and the business community was hoping for, we need to, you know, fully equip staff and the finance department with the number of employees and the capabilities in order to fully implement the recommendations that are going to come out of this and the other study efforts that we're undertaking. This is the only way we are going to restore confidence, ensure accountability, and, to the gentleman's point, bring a positive outcome. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come up now. Seeing none, I will move back to council for a motion or more discussion.
Move to approve?
Second.
And all in favor?
Councilmember Nakanishi?
Yes.
Councilmember Houthi?
Yes.
Councilmember Craig Hensley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yupez?
Yes.
Mayor Bregman?
Yes. Thank you. And moving to item G3, I believe we have Mr. West to lead us in a presentation.
Yes, it is a presentation on Visit Lodi's Sport Tourism Strategic Plan and Facility Recommendations. I will pull up his presentation momentarily.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your time this evening. I am Wes Ray, the President and CEO of Visit Lodi. As you all know, this is an informational item only, no vote, so I appreciate the residents of Lodi for listening to this presentation, because I know you're not here to listen to me. And if you need to use the restroom, you won't hurt my feelings at all. I'm here to talk about our sports tourism facility and strategic plan project we've been working on. Just a couple things before we get started. We are Visit Lodi. We are a destination marketing organization, so we are charged with the marketing and promotion of the city of Lodi to generate economic impact through bringing tourism to our city. And we are a nonprofit organization that we are funded through the lodging properties here in Lodi, so we do not receive any city funding. We are an independent organization. Our goals have evolved. So when I first came on board, the initial goals of this plan was to really look at a big project, right? What did Lodi didn't have that it could build in the future? Something big, a big sports facility or a big indoor facility. But when I came on board, I really want to take a couple steps back because knowing the financial situation of the city and how things were heading, I think it was more important to look at what we currently had, what the groundwork has been laid before us, and how we can start small and grow big. And really, we see that collaborations and partnerships are going to be key in this whole process. This is really about exploring the feasibility of sports tourism. It doesn't mean that this is what we're going in head first in. It doesn't mean that sports tourism is something that Lodi needs to go after in a big way. It could be something that we go out in a smaller way. This is about the feasibility, and this is also a piece of our bigger piece of pie, what we do at Visit Lodi. We're not going to all of a sudden become a sports tourism organization. We are currently working on a destination master plan or a tourism strategic plan, and sports will be one part of that. But this is the long game. There is really no quick way to success. And one of the things I'll mention just before we get started, there wasn't really a smoking gun in this report. There was an opportunity, we thought, that there could be a facility in the city that, hey, we can allocate some funds to this and we can see some turnaround economic impact right away, and that just wasn't something we discovered. So the initial themes of the report is sports tourism could be an economic driver for Lodi. It is for many communities in our area. As if those of you who are in youth sports and have children or grandchildren who've gone through youth sports, you understand that there's a lot of money involved in those and a lot of traveling, and it's great for communities, but it's not a fit for every community. We are a desirable destination and brand. We are a community that has other things to do for families and student athletes or athletes who come to our community. So Lodi is a desirable destination, but our regional drive market competition is very strong. And we're going to talk a little bit about just a couple regional projects that we compete against, because I try to remind my board and the folks that I talk to is that just because we have a facility doesn't mean we automatically host tournaments. The sports tournament business is highly competitive, and there's lots of opportunities and choices, and so you need to be equal or better than those other facilities to earn that business. They really thought that the Great Bowl and Zupo area had potential, one, because of its proximity to downtown Lodi, but also its proximity to the Great Festival Grounds. So that whole area there, with the investment going into Legion and the potential future availability of the Armory, that area was really looked as opportunity, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But we all know that funding is a challenge, not only for the city, but for Visit Lodi, we are not necessarily funded to take on a sports tourism effort at this currently time. Collaboration is key. Everything from facility development, access, and use all takes all of us. Visit Lodi can't do it without parks. Parks can't do it without the other sports partners that we work with. This is just a look at some of the folks on the western part of the United States that really have a big investment in sports tourism and big facilities. But the facility you're looking at in those photos is actually in our county. That is Legacy Field in Tracy. So when we look at hosting softball tournaments, and of course we have one 4-Clover softball complex here in Lodi, is we're competing against these same facilities within our county. Now, the investment in Tracy, this is just phase one that you see in that little graphic on the right. That's about $30 million of a phase there. And then there's almost going to double the size of that facility in their final plans if they end up funding that. But it is a great facility, soccer fields and 5 softball, baseball diamonds. So very competitive marketplace. This is also in our county in Lathrop. This is, I forgot the name of it, but it's at River Islands. It's their baseball stadium. Of course, we got a great baseball stadium. The city invested a lot of funding into with Zupo when they rebuilt it, not that long ago, right? Less than 2 years ago. This field is a little larger, 500 seats, has lighted parking lot. It's nice and pretty. It's in a quiet area, a residential area, and this is what their summer looked like. And this shows you the power of sports tourism. This is the kind of business that can be developed. Now, they do have a benefit in Lathrop because they are not a city facility. They're a private facility, privately ran, and they're not competing with anybody else other than these private organizations who come in and rent it. So the youth groups and the school groups aren't taking up spots. Not that that's a negative thing. That just makes it easier for them to earn this business and keep this business. You don't have to, their dates are all open at the beginning of the year, and they just fill them with these opportunities. Typical tournament needs. So I wanted to share this. When you look at tournament friendly, if you want to be a tournament friendly destination, you need to have 8 to 15 flat fields, 8 to 11 diamond fields, amount of tennis courts. So you can see on the far right what Lodi's assets are compared to what typical needs are in communities that want to host tournament play sports, and not just national, but also regional or statewide tournaments. So in looking at our assets here in Lodi, and looking at what Tracy's done and Lathrop's done and Manteca's done, Elk Grove and all these other communities, we just are essentially behind when it comes to development of our facilities. And remember, these facilities aren't built for sports tourism. They're built for our residents. And if we build quality facilities that bring in sports tourism, that is a benefit to our residents because they're going to play in tournament level fields. Here's our SWOT analysis, the strengths, existing infrastructure in our city. Hotels, we have plenty of them, and the community willingness to be in the sports tourism market. The weaknesses, lack of centralized info, and part of that was on Visit Lodi. We did not have sports facilities listed on our website prior to my arrival. And so we're working on that now with our new website that's coming in November. But we need to make sure that the folks who want to plan sporting events can find the information easy about what assets are available here in Lodi. And of course, another weakness is our facilities. Many are dated, and we do have a limited number, as mentioned in that previous slide. Opportunities, a coordinated approach. We have people who want to work together. I have great conversations with city staff and Parks and Rec, and we're working closely with other sports planners locally. And this takes coordination, this takes partnership, this takes collaboration to make this work. So that is definitely an opportunity for Lodi. And if we enhance venues or improve them, that is another opportunity. And threats, facility access, again, the primary use of all our facilities is for the citizens of Lodi and the CalMex leagues or the Bat Busters or the Bobs, but also the school districts utilize our facilities. And those are important priorities. So when you want to be a sports destination, you have to figure out how you prioritize your access. Is that something in some facilities they may look at Monday through Thursday is locally usage, and Friday through Sunday is tournament and things that bring in economic dollars into our community. Climate and weather, the reason that's a threat is many of our fields are in basins. And so while we may have good weather in October and November, once we start getting into the rain, a regular field not in a basin may be able to drain and have a game right after a rain, but unfortunately some of our fields are in basins and they may be unusable for that wet season in the winter. And then of course I already mentioned the strong regional competition. So the primary recommendations first come through our organization, and it's about increasing stakeholder engagement, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Enriching our marketing presence. So it's not just about having the information on your website, but it's actually promoting that to the sports tourism market and making sure that they understand that Lodi is open for sports tourism business when we are ready to be there. And enhancing human capital, investing in people that can help us bring business to Lodi. The secondary recommendations are more longer term and around facilities. Of course, enhancing existing sports and entertainment venues. There are recommendations in the report, and I'll make sure you get a copy of this presentation, a copy of the strategic plan. I'll give that to the city clerk, and so that'll get sent out to everyone. But there are recommendations in the appendix of the strategic plan specific to the facilities in Lodi, but I don't think any of them are secrets. There wasn't anything that went, oh my gosh, that we didn't expect that. I think city staff is well aware of the challenges that they have, and there are definitely projects they already have that are ready to go or approved, but they just don't even have the funding for those. So how we prioritize those moving forward will be important, but enhancing those venues needs to be a priority, not only for this kind of avenue with tourism, but also for our residents. Developing a new indoor multi-use facility. So this was one of the conversations that's been floating around for a long time. There are lots of flat fields and baseball diamond fields in Northern California. Those are obviously lower cost, and communities have built a lot of them, and they're not as needed as an indoor complex that does basketball or volleyball, or you can do table tennis or pickleball or any of those indoor sports. So an indoor facility would be a winner for this community, but they're also more expensive. I can tell you that Tri-Valley is looking at one now. Theirs is going to be a sports conference and entertainment venue, about 100,000 square feet. It's already, I think, penciled into $100 to $150 million for that project. But they're going to drive a lot of business through that facility at 100,000 square feet. And the goal is to drive that economic impact of that community, and hopefully it'll be worth it. And then looking at creating a regional sports facility master plan, and we'll talk about what region we're talking about here in just a sec, right here. So as I mentioned, there was a lot of interest in this area around Great Bowl and Zupo. Of course, Great Bowl is a very favored asset in the community, has a long history in our community. It's got good bones. You know, when you walk into an old house and it's got good bones, but it needs some work, you know that it's worth it. It just needs a lot of work. And I don't think anybody would disagree that the Great Bowl, while it has use now with high school football and some soccer, and even last year with some rugby, not rugby, was it rugby?
Rugby.
Yes, rugby. The reality is it needs a lot of work, right? We can only sit on one side of the field. It doesn't have a locker room. It didn't have Wi-Fi for the rugby team that was here. So there's some shortcomings there. But they do believe that that's a great asset. And not only for sports, you know, what about concerts or other activities that we can do there? And Zupo, of course, the city invested over $4 million. The city and the community, invested $4 million in that facility. And it's a great facility. But looking at this overarching area, is there ways that can be improved? And there's no recommendation set forth in the plan, but there's a lot of potential acreage there. So maybe you remove a softball field and you build a parking lot, because parking is lacking around Zupo, as we all know. You can just look at the map and see that there's no parking lot. You have one at softball and you have one north of Grape. But there could be parking there. It could be reconfiguring the fields to get a 4 clover over there somehow. It could be building an indoor facility. Who knows? But one of the recommendations is to look at this area specifically because you also got the asset of Legion and Armory, 2 indoor facilities, and its proximity to Grape. And Grape in the pavilion already hosts dance, cheer, basketball, and we're going to be looking at other events that we can work with Mark and his team over there to bring in. And its proximity to downtown, close to freeways and close to hotels. So they really saw this as an area. Of course, it's easy to build on Lake dirt. If we're expanding west or going south and we say, hey, we're going to take this land and develop it because it's empty now. But then that would probably mean neglect for this area here. So it's a decision to be made, but I really feel the community would be willing to step up, and especially starting to work on the Great Bowl. The other thing they looked at as an opportunity is the lake. The lake does have a history of hosting sporting events, powerboat races at one time, but it could be kayaking, dragon boat races, other activities. It's about 1,500 feet in length. There is opportunity for that. There are some recommendations in the plan about seating and more boat launches that could help attract those sort of aquatic events to Lodi Lake. But that is an opportunity. It's happened in the past. It doesn't happen now, but is it feasible for the future? That's the question. So we'll be looking at that also. And the last slide is really, they like to call it king for a day, but if they had a magic wand and all the money in the world, what would they do? Well, the first one doesn't cost any money, and it's already something we're working on, is a sports advisory board. So we're gathering all of those folks in town from Bob's and Bat Busters, and those folks who are doing basketball leagues, cricket, everybody, to get the sports folks around the table, to learn and listen to them. Why aren't they bringing the big tournaments? Because a lot of times it's those folks who are doing the sports tournaments in your community, or they're running the Bobs or the Bat Busters, who love to bring these tournaments to their community and show off. So why aren't they, or what can we do to help them and encourage them to bring some business back to Lodi? But also they may just have some low-hanging fruit recommendations. They may be willing to step in and do some sweat equity to really help elevate some of these facilities. So I think it's just a starting conversation. So we'll have that group of sports folks and folks from parks that will be joining us. And we'll probably have that within the next month, and we'll continue to meet and see where we go with that. The sports facility master plan, that's the one I mentioned around that area at Grape and Zupo. This may be too soon, and maybe we need an overall parks master plan, because there are other projects in sports-related facilities that still are unfunded. So where do we find the priorities in that list? And is this a priority, or are there other fields that can be priorities? So maybe it's not necessarily the facility master plan for that area north of Lockford Street, but maybe it is a larger sports facilities master plan for the city. The other thing they encourage us to look at is a public-private partnership model. There's a company called Synergy Sports that helps bring funding to the table in projects as long as it's either a city or a nonprofit. It's not a for-profit entity, but they help connect those folks with the funding and the ideas, and they help bring those in. But there's other groups like that. And, if the city, we know the city doesn't have the financial abilities to start funding large infrastructure projects when it comes to sports, but maybe we can bring outside dollars to help do some of that. I mentioned Great Bowl Zupo softball complex, keep looking at that area, creating a brand for that sports and entertainment district. Again, Legion will be an event hall sometime in 2026. An armory is going to come available from the state of California in 2026. So you got 2 indoor facilities there. Then you have the sports complex. Is there an opportunity to make this a larger sports and entertainment complex? Concerts in the Great Bowl, softball tournaments, basketball tournaments, whatever. And again, their proximity to the festival grounds, which are right next door. And then exploring third-party business development options. This is something we're looking into. So rather than us hire a team member that is going to go out and beat the bushes and try to build relationships in the sports world to bring tournaments and event here, we're exploring a third party that basically already has the relationships across the country in sports, have them come out here, look at our facilities, bring them on board and work with them to be our business development folks for bringing events in. And those events would come with a cost to us. The sports market is highly competitive. So if we want to host, a USA baseball event or, ASA baseball softball event, there's typically bid fees involved, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 that they want in order to come here. And other communities are outlaying huge amounts of cash to be competitive, to earn this business for their community. So we know it's not only about hiring that third-party business development company, but we also have to make sure that we have the funds to buy the events to come here. And a lot of those buying events just helps us do proof of concept, right? Maybe we buy a cornhole tournament that goes into the pavilion at the Great Festival, or maybe we buy a table tennis event, just to start getting sports in our community to see how well we can handle that, honestly, because park staff, they're understaffed. So, these events need servicing, right? They need people to unlock doors, empty trash cans, be there. And if parks is understaffed, then where does that all fall? Can we host events at our current level and provide the level of service that they're going to get at the field in Lathrop, where they have all kinds of staff? So, and again, we're also engaging our high schools. They'll be part of that sports group. Tokay AD and the Lodi High AD will be on that group. And then, of course, the CIF Sac Joaquin, they have hosted events in Lodi before, but again, other communities have invested in their facilities, improved their facilities, and stolen that business away from Lodi. So that concludes. I went very fast, so that concludes my presentation. But I am here to answer questions. I will make sure you get a copy of this deck and the 45-page strategic plan so you can review that. But we are still waiting on our destination master plan to see where this fits in, because we also want to increase our corporate meeting and events and other parts that are not sports, because really our need periods in the city are Sunday through Thursday in our hotel properties. Our Fridays and Saturdays are strong, and sports are not typically Sunday through Thursday. So we also have to look at how we drive business into our hotels, because they pay Visit Lodi's bills.
Do we have any members of the council that would like to make any statements or have questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Ray, you're on the steering committee for the downtown plan as well, correct?
Yes, and that's actually one of the other reasons they looked at that area, because it was in the specific plan. It's actually called out to add that sports area to the specific plan, because there is connectivity to downtown Lodi.
And that gets to my question, because I want to make sure that when, whether it's the private sector doing it or us as a city, we've got the downtown plan, an economic development plan. One of the things you're calling for is a master plan. It would seem to me that there is a logical outcome of the downtown plan and this sports facility plan to say, let's focus exactly where you talked about. Maybe that is the master plan area, because we know it's an asset. We've already put improvements in there. What more do we need to do? What's the low-hanging fruit? What is the longer-term projects? As you stated, the armory is out there. The Legion will be renovated and a destination. So it does seem to me that those two come together nicely. And then on top of that, the revenue opportunities presented may be something that is referenced as well in the economic development plan. So the timing is good for all of these to come together, but I want to make sure there's consistency in that, and that we're not looking at them this way, but integrated across the planning spectrum. So I appreciate you serving on that steering committee. It's important for this information to find its way into the downtown plan. And beyond that, I would just note that I was impressed by the discussions relative to the indoor sports facilities. And yeah, okay, you've got the armory, but not to the degree that we're talking about. I am going to put the big picture, long-term thinking cap on and say we have 1,000 acres out at White Slough. We've already talked about the fact that we need partnerships with the county on certainly the pavilion. How are city and county working together? That is another opportunity as they start to update their general plan about working with the county to take the greatest advantage of the proximity on I-5 to airports and to the Bay Area. So yeah, is it out there? Yeah, but it doesn't mean we don't think about those opportunities in partnership with our much larger county partners and private sector. So thank you for that opportunity to actually start to have this discussion, and very much appreciate the fact that this was in your strategic plan of Visit Lodi to do, and you've now completed it. So.
And we've shared this report with Luis and their team on the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Obviously, this group saw the downtown specific plan information, so we are plan sharing. I know that I've even had our master plan folks have gotten some general plan information, so we are not lacking in sharing of plan conversations.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
I do have a quick question. For the Great Bowl, do you guys develop a hierarchy of items to be completed compared to the benefit received?
No, there was not. I mean, obviously, there's a list in the plan, and I don't think any of it is secrets. We learned a lot, when we looked to host rugby last year, and, having a locker room that can host teams like that. We didn't have lockers and we don't have air conditioning in that building, so we need a locker room that can host events. We need Wi-Fi there, and of course, we need seating on that north side. I mean, there's obvious things, but I think that would need to have someone come in and say, how can you make this premier facility? Because all of a sudden you want to make it a concert venue, then there's other conversations that probably could be had too if you're going to invest that money and get the most bang for your buck. You'll probably need someone to come in and really look at it. But a great investment's been made already, obviously, with the south side and the turf. It is not a ugly facility. It's really nice, but, and I think we just need to also continue to keep our eyes on that area, because if you have sports planners and you have a guy who runs baseball tournaments and he happens to be in town and he wants to run by the fields and go check them out, and there's a bunch of people camping in the park across the street, we're not going to be on that list. So we've got to figure out how we continue to focus on that area too.
Do we, on that note, do we have any officers here, captains, police chief? Chief Garcia, do you have a quick moment to touch on that park across from the Great Bowl in the Great Bowl area? I do know that we have increased enforcement and patrols in that area. Oh, I apologize. So we have been increasing patrols and enforcement in that area near the Great Bowl. There's been quite a few complaints as of late. Are you able to give any updates to council on that one item? On the parks facilities right next to the Great Bowl. You might want to use the podium on that way. Excuse me, Wes has.
So back in October last year when we had the town hall on homelessness and the city's responses, what we heard from the community is that they wanted their parks clean and they wanted more presence there. So since then, we've actually taken a proactive enforcement at all the parks, which includes the softball complex and the Great Bowl area. So yes, it's something we've been monitoring. We're doing with the resources we have available to us now. Our CLO works that area as part of his daily routines. We have a POP project assigned to 2 of our newer officers. So yes, that area is something we concentrate on. And it's one of those where obviously when the state is pushing and Caltrans is doing their constant cleanups, recently the Union Pacific Railroad came through and did a cleanup. We work with them to post everywhere as well, so it doesn't move from one area to another. And that's an area where our community partners go and provide resources as well to help people eventually, hopefully, get help and get off the street. So
Thank you, Chief. And then Wes, have you noticed any difference since October to now? Do you
Well, I
believe it
think it's
has?
definitely cleaned up over there, but
Can always
they're
be
very
better.
transient folks. I mean, they move around. One day you can clean it up and the next day there, and I don't know, that's a bigger,
Yep.
obviously, issue, but it is important because there are youth over there all the time with the high schools and the softball facilities, and of course, then they're just visitors and guests out of town coming to watch Cal Mex League play, and it's just, they want to feel safe, right? Everybody wants to make sure that a car's not going to get broken into, and they just want to feel safe. So I think it's just one of those things that we just have to continue to stay on top of.
Great. And then one other thing I would bring up to council is you did mention Keeney Sanborn yourself had been talking about possibly getting private dollars or starting some type of sponsorship opportunity, et cetera.
So Keeney Sanborn Soban is coming on to our board of directors, and we had talked about the Great Bowl in our initial meetings with her coming on our board of directors. And we realized, just like we did with Zupo, and you got that community passion and that private dollars come in, and we believe that potential exists for the Great Bowl also. We believe that we could start doing some fundraisers, and we pick a project. If it is the locker room project, or it is the Wi-Fi project, where do we start chipping away? Can we have a big farm-to-table dinner right in center field, or a big fundraising dinner right in center field? Just start chipping away, because you can get some of those bigger private dollars if they see the community standing up and ready to take the investment in their own assets. And I think, because what's the other option? You're not going to tear down the Great Bowl. So if you're not going to tear it down, we need to make it the best facility it possibly can be. So I do believe that there's a lot of potential in the kind of a groundswell of getting the Great Bowl, kind of save the Great Bowl sort of effort. So.
All right. Any other questions or statement from council in the presentation? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the
All right.
public audience.
Thank you,
for
everyone.
the presentation.
Appreciate it.
Do we have any comment cards? Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on the presentation just provided? Please come to the podium now.
So my name is John McBride, and I've been working in athletics since the 80-81 school year, at college level, pro level, high school level, and in the private enterprise. Youth sports is the #1 most recession-proof industry there is. #1. Parents will spend money for their kids before anything else. So you have to understand, an investment in something like this for the city is pretty huge. The other thing I would like to say is there are a lot of underutilized warehouses in Lodi that could be adapted for a volleyball tournament, a basketball. Over by Kubota, there's a lot of empty facilities over there. The General Mills facility is underutilized. Stockton Street, there's a lot of warehouses underutilized that could be adapted to bring in a tournament. And I've been to a lot of tournaments that are in facilities like those, as long as the ceilings are high enough. So the presentation I thought was awesome. And I think that that's an area that most of San Joaquin County could improve, because the #1 complaint you hear is what's there for youth to do. And there's not a lot here for youth to do that's safe. So with that, that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none.
Mayor, so I'm noticing some drop off with the public. It's getting late. I believe there's quite a few people here to speak on G8. Wondering if we could bump that up to accommodate. Let's get there.
That is good with me. Other council members, any comments towards that?
That's good with me too.
Okay. I'll take a formal motion to change the agenda. As such, move item G8 to the present.
Does that need a motion?
My understanding is.
Yes, to amend the agenda, we should.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You need roll call.
Councilmember Nakanishi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hothy?
Yes.
Councilmember Craig Hensley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yepez?
Yes.
Mayor Bregman?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we will move to item G8. If staff does have a report on this, we will hear it now.
So item G8 was added to the agenda at your request, so I'm happy to give the floor to you.
All right. So this item has been highly politicized, and I expect that's what this will turn into tonight. Do know that my reasoning for bringing this on tonight is not Republican or Democrat. It is for representation of the city of Lodi. Lodi is, I am sure every individual in this room understands, will be split into 3 districts. Democrat or Republican, does not matter. It will affect our ability to receive federal funding. Actually, in fact, this is the interesting part, is both the Republican and Democrat chair of the San Joaquin parties have stated that in concurrence. Manuel Zapata and Mr. David Cushman. So to me, it's an issue of representation of Lodi at a congressional level. And do I think it'll stop there? No, I don't. But as far as our federal funding, what I don't want to see is Lodians paying the same federal taxes and getting none of the benefits, okay? From Mr. Harder, we have received, oh gosh, I think we did receive $500,000 from Main Street, and I believe he presented that check to the city 5 months ago. We need funding for the Access Center because we don't want to take it out of police or fire, which I also see here tonight. The city is not made of money, okay? And we do need every single congressional grant that is provided to us. So in a sense of streets being paved, Access Center, law enforcement grants, et cetera, our congressional dollars are important. So in fact, the Chamber of Commerce, to my understanding, has also taken a stance on this. And I even do recognize that Senator McNerney in 2018 helped to pass the original board that was a part of, going against gerrymandering. Despite all the partisan politics, no one likes gerrymandering, okay? It's not good for any environment. So if you are going to, again, choose a partisan politic or party tonight, it's okay, but just know this is not good for Lodi. And that's what I stand for. I stand for Lodi. All of these council members on this podium do, and that's what I will continue to stand for. So what I am seeking tonight is a formal resolution that the city is against this redistricting. It will, in fact, be a close vote, and I believe Lodi should be on the right side of this. So I will take any comments or questions from council.
Mr. Mayor, I think with your introduction, I'm going to go ahead and read a statement. I was thinking of holding this, but considering I've seen some of the written comments that have come out so far, and I understand to your point of, I don't care if the Republicans propose this, I wouldn't care. I think it's a bad thing for our city, and I'm going to tell you why. So my city council district, which is 2, which is a older part off of Turner Road up to Lodi High, is home to 7,149 voters. It is divided now into 3 separate congressional districts. The city of Lodi is, but my 7,000 voters are now in 3 different districts. Congressman Harder, you alluded to, has represented all of Lodi, allowing our elected officials, our business leaders, our community groups to work in a unified partnership with him and his staff to the benefit of our residents. This has been true in my service on the council, as well as on the San Joaquin Council of Governments and the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission, where our coordinated lobbying efforts in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento have brought real benefits to Lodi and San Joaquin County. Now, under Prop 50, my council district is going to be divided between Districts 7, 8, and 9, with much of Lodi represented by a Sacramento-based member of Congress. Establishing a strong and informed working relationship with 1 congressional member is already a challenge for part-time council members. Doing so with 3 is nearly impossible. And what about my residents? When they seek help, whether on a veterans issue or looking for grant funds for a nonprofit that they're committed to, I first have to check a very complicated map before pointing them to the right congressional office. This creates confusion for residents and dilutes the accountability, leaving people uncertain, who do I turn to for help? The Legislative Analyst's Office reminds us that California law requires redistricting to avoid splitting neighborhoods or communities of interest whenever possible. By any fair measure, the Assembly's map fails this test. There are entire neighborhoods that are now pulled off from surrounding neighborhoods. The County Clerk's Office has communicated that Lodi will incur no costs for this special election other than our city clerk's assistance to voters looking for information and voting locations. However, there is still a price to pay by Lodi taxpayers. With an estimated county cost of $4.2 million to host the special election, Lodi's share of that taxpayer expense would average about $255,000 to $283,000, while the intent of the state is to reimburse those funds with a current structural deficit estimated between 10 and 20 billion. Is it even reasonable to consider that the state will pay San Joaquin County back? AB 605, which was the legislation placing Prop 50 on the ballot, declares itself an urgency statute necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and claims it's required already voted, and claims it is required to ensure the rights of all Californians to equal protection of the laws. But let's be clear, Californians already voted to create a citizen-led redistricting process to ensure fairness and transparency. By overriding the voter-approved reforms, Prop 50 actually undermines equal protection by ignoring our jurisdictional boundaries and weakening communities of interest. When a single city, let alone a single council district, is split among 3 congressional representatives, residents have the unfortunate situation of losing their voice, the accountability is blurred, and trust in the process is eroded. That's why I and many of the residents I've spoken to in the last week do not support the passage of Prop 50. I would recommend, because it is Lodi, and I believe that the resolution that's been put forward needs to reflect Lodi's concerns, I would recommend language be added to the resolution, whereas the City Council supports the current California state law, which requires that redistricting avoids splitting neighborhoods or communities of interest wherever possible, and that is redrawn by the state legislature. Lodi's neighborhood and communities are not kept intact, undermining equal protection and diluting accountability of elected officials to their constituents. That's all I have to say on it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Do we have any other council members that would like to speak on this item?
Love to hear from the public.
And seeing none others, I will now open public comments. Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, I do. I do have comment cards and quite a stack of them, actually. So I am going to list off 3 at a time so that residents are ready to move up to the podium. So the first 3 I have are from Jim Shoemaker, David Diskin, and John McBride.
Madam City Clerk, I would suggest that members start queuing behind the first speaker so they're ready to go.
Good evening, City Council. I wholeheartedly agree with this resolution and definitely see it needs to be passed. Our state has lost its mind. Our governor, who's a dictator, has decided the Constitution can be thrown out. The idea that they're going to
Mr. Shoemaker, hold on one moment. I do realize there will be Republicans and Democrats and independents speaking on this subject. Our First Amendment is free speech, and so I will do this for Democrats and Republicans alike. Please, no booing, no clapping while they're talking. Please do be respectful. I will ask that from both sides. Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue.
The idea that our legislature currently is sitting here even proposing this and using the excuse of Texas as being the reason has not looked at the facts that Texas is under a court order that actually was brought by, I'm going to say, the other side or the Democratic side, lawsuit against Texas. That's why Texas has to do what they're doing. So the idea here that they're using that as the excuse is showing what Councilman Lisa just brought up, how they're splitting our city and making a mess out of it. This is preposterous. One, just what was brought up, trying to maintain somebody to represent an area is already hard enough coming from Washington. As everybody knows, I am a candidate for Congress. I'm looking at the fact of how to represent all the people, and in doing that, how do you do that if you're splitting up an area where there's only going to be a few voters in an area? You're going to look at where the majority of people are. That's just the way it works. So to have representation, we need to stick with what we already have. We passed a constitutional amendment 15 years ago to protect the idea that citizens will draw these lines and not either side, but let the citizens do it so we have fair elections and also have the opportunity to have representation. So I wholeheartedly agree that you guys need to pass this because we need to tell the legislature and the governor that we're opposing this. So thank you.
Voting is one of the fundamental rights guaranteed to us by our state constitution. Similarly, we all have free speech. You can individually or as a body express your support or opposition for Prop 50. There's no denying that that's your right. But it's historically rare for our city council to take a position on a statewide ballot measure. I looked it up. I went back almost 25 years. Last year, Prop 36 about the homeless. 6 years ago, 68 about water bonds. 15 years ago, Prop 22 protected local property taxes. 19 years ago, Prop 1A on gas revenue. And for whatever reason, Mr. Nakanishi and the council voted 25 years ago in support of Proposition 22. You might recall that one, Alan. That's the one that declared only marriage between a man and a woman be recognized in California. Most of those propositions made sense. City Council was looking out for the best interests of the city and its people, protecting revenue and the homeless. But the city had no business supporting a proposition about gay marriage, and tonight it has no business opposing a proposition about federal redistricting. People have told you that Prop 50, quote, reverses the will of the voters. Let's be clear, it's precisely the voters who will decide Prop 50's fate in November. If it passes, it will be the voters who supported this constitutional amendment, the same kind of amendment that the voters opted into 15 years ago with Prop 20. Are voters allowed to change their mind 15 years later? Of course we are. Why would you oppose our right to vote again? And yes, we all love the independent, nonpartisan redistricting commission. I do too. But let's not get nostalgic about them. They've only been around long enough to give us 2 maps. Prop 50 would return their power immediately after the next census in 2030, just in time for their 3rd map. Prop 50 has no effect on Lodi's city council districts, our school boards, or even our state legislature. These are federal districts, and I'm baffled as to why a city council would even consider taking a position on this. You must know that the same motion went before our county supervisors last week, and they rightly rejected it. Unless you're Steve Ding, they have better things to work on than interfering with a voter initiative about federal maps. Earlier this year, you considered a similar letter to our governor and president urging fundamental changes in the way people vote. You know Lodi has no business supporting that letter, and you shot it down. Tonight, we're asking you to do that again. As a council, reject this letter. You don't have to support Prop 50. You can say whatever you want individually. Mr. Bregman, you already have. But as Lodi, a city has no business opposing a voter proposition about federal districts. Reject this letter and leave it up to the voters in November to decide. Thank you.
Good evening. Again, I'm John McBride. And, tonight we had this wonderful proclamation made earlier regarding Constitution Week. And in that proclamation, it was mentioned that we are a republic and the rule of law. Then we heard another great presentation when they swore in all the new members of the various boards here in Lodi. And in that swearing in, they were required to take an oath to not only the Constitution of the United States, but the Constitution of California. Every single thing about Prop 50 goes against the Constitution of California. And as Mr. Shoemaker commented, that
Yes, this was because of a lawsuit out of Washington, D.C. Now, I'll give you this. Mr. Donald Trump could have kept his mouth shut, and you wouldn't even have known that Texas redistricted. That's the truth. But once he opened his mouth, all you Trump haters, you had to go on record and say, we have to oppose this right away. And the idiot up in Sacramento, who he has no ability to tell the truth. No ability to tell the truth whatsoever. And that just tells you where he's coming from. So with that, we deserve to be properly represented in California. If you know, 44% of California voters voted for Trump. But yet, in Congress, we only have 17% of our congressmen are Republicans. Something's not right there. We already have the state gerrymandered. You understand that? We already have the state gerrymandered. And so with that, yeah, I see your thumb over there, and I could probably tell because the mask, you don't have a whole lot of intelligence in that brain, but that's a whole nother issue. I apologize for that, but that's a whole nother issue. I'm sorry, but, okay.
Mr. McBride, hold on. Pause the time. Pause the time. I will ask for a quiet room at the moment. Mr. McBride, if you would like, you still have 57 seconds. Okay. This is what I would add. If there's any cussing, any threats, you will be removed because that goes over the First Amendment. Okay, it's a public, for instance, if you say there's a fire in the building, that's over the First Amendment. Okay, this is not me, this is very common procedure. And what I would further say is that he is allowed to say that is part of his First Amendment. He did not threaten anyone, okay?
Yeah, you can't call names from public during public comment too. I think we have to maintain decorum.
Madam City Attorney, please.
There is a basic level of decorum, however, there
Okay.
is free speech rights, but there cannot be attacks on
Okay.
individuals and parts of the speech.
Thank you. Okay. You always learn something new. I'm humbled every day. Okay, please, I will ask this one more time, otherwise I will get more serious. Have not had that happen in council yet, so we will take the next comment card.
The next three commenters are Jim Hicks, Jose Chavez, and David Cushman.
Good evening, council members. Again, my name is Jim Hicks. I've lived in Lodi 31 plus years. My wife was born and raised in Lodi. We met in Colorado. We came to Lodi to raise our children in a conservative area.
Oh, Olivia.
Oh, I got extra.
No, give it 10 seconds. I realize I'm being.
No, that's all right.
Nice.
I haven't started yet. That's just my preload. Anyway, what has happened? Not just in Lodi, but in America. Let me tell you, I'm going to read you something. First prayer of the Continental Congress, 1774. And we can't even open a city council meeting in a prayer. O Lord, our heavenly Father, high and mighty King of kings and Lord of lords, who dost from those behold all the dwellers on earth, and relinquish with power supreme and uncontrolled over all kingdoms, empires, governments, look down in mercy. We beseech thee on these our American states who have fled to thee from the rod of the oppressor, and throw themselves on thy gracious protection, desiring to be henceforth dependent on thee. That's only a third of this prayer. And that's in our first Congress in 1774. Folks, where have we come? Lodi was a good community. It was a conservative community. I don't know where some people, if they come in from Bay Area, you're welcome here, but don't change us. Assimilate to who we are. If you don't like who we are, don't come. I'm sorry. But this proposition is in order. And it's not taking away rights because it's protecting constitutional rights. These folks right here are our lesser magistrates. They're the ones we citizens of this city appeal to protect you from oppressors, oppressors of higher governments. It could be the county government. In this case, it's the state who's trying to oppress us. And these are our magistrates that we appeal to. Do the right thing. This is good that you're doing. We've already voted on this, 2010. Yes, people can change their minds, but I think they're changing them in the other way. It's not about that. It's about spending money we don't have. It's about what Congressman Lisa said, splitting a small community, Lodi, into 3 districts. Are you kidding me? I don't hardly even know my congressman. How am I going to know 3 of them? And then in Lisa's district, her 3 congressmen, does that make sense? Ask yourself that. Does it make sense? The other thing I want to mention, 43 of 52 U.S. congressmen from California are Democrats, 83%. And you heard Congressman candidate McBride say 44% voted for Trump. We're not being represented. Vote yes on this, please.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for hearing my comment. My name is Jose Chavez, and I stand in firm support of your resolution on the basis of accessibility. Let's put partisanship aside here. We're not talking about Democratic. We're not talking about Republicans. My main driving force in supporting this resolution is a matter of accessibility. When I go to Pietro's now and I park a couple blocks away, I have now the pleasure of walking through 3 congressional districts just to get some delicious food. Put that into perspective. This map drawn at a state level for whatever partisan driven reasons is going to indeed split up communities, reduce accessibility in Lodi, and have negative effects all throughout San Joaquin County. And I don't think that residents on both sides of the aisle are willing to stand for that. I'm not going to comment on the likelihood of the proposition actually passing at the statewide level. I'm going to talk about what it means for Lodi residents, what it means for San Joaquin County residents. Should this proposition pass, it's going to lead to less accessibility from your congressman. It's going to lead to less accessibility in Washington, D.C. and lobbying for federal grants, federal support. And it is going to be muddying the resources coming to everyday constituents that commute, that work in our community, and want to enrich Lodi, want to enrich San Joaquin County. We want to keep San Joaquin County livable, but if you're going to be chopping up our access to federal resources in pursuit of that, really, this measure isn't directed towards supporting the people. It's purely political. And I think that the people here in Lodi recognize that in the proposition and have rightly pointed out the justified reasons in opposing the proposition in this resolution. So case in point, I'm for accessibility. I'm for ensuring that Lodi serves as a powerful hub for my children and grandchildren for generations to come. And I don't see that happening with 3 congressmen with their own motives, choosing to listen to 3 diced up bits of a city and the federal level. It's really difficult to get in touch with your representatives on the state level, on the local level, and on the federal level. And it seems as though these maps are inordinately discriminating towards the city of Lodi and countless other communities in the Central Valley. So I urge the council to vote aye on this resolution, put partisanship aside, and stand for the constituents and my generation's future. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is David Cushman. I am supporting your resolution to oppose Prop 50. This is a bad proposition. It divides people, divides cities, divides communities. In 2021, only 4 years ago, we're not talking about even 5, 10, or 15, but only 4 years ago, residents from all over San Joaquin County advocated for our county to be placed in 1 congressional district, and that had not happened in at least the 2 decades prior to this effort. And people from and organizations from both sides of the aisle were in favor of keeping our county in 1 district to give our residents a voice. And in large part, we were able to achieve that, again, for the first time in almost 20 years. Placing almost all of San Joaquin County in 1 congressional district.
Prop 50 is an attack on that effort, and if passed, it will deny that fair representation to citizens of San Joaquin County. Prop 50 is an attack on Lodi. This community will be split up into 3 districts with other communities that have little in common with us. When the people of California voted to enact the Independent Redistricting Commission, we took power away from politicians. Now politicians in Sacramento are trying to take it back from us, and Lodi and San Joaquin County are collateral damage in their effort and our governor's effort to fight this partisan battle, and that's all it is. It's partisanship for him. Please pass this resolution to oppose Prop 50. Speak with one voice for our community. Don't let Lodi be divided. Don't give our politicians back the power that we took away from them. Keep us together. Oppose Prop 50. Thank you.
The next 3 comment cards I have are from Steve Beckham, Mary Worrell. Again, my apologies if I mispronounce any names, and Maria Elena Serna. Mr. Beckham? Okay.
We'll go ahead and skip the other 2 as I don't see them here.
Good evening. My name is Mary Worrell. Thank you, Mayor Bregman and City Council, for this opportunity to speak. For the record, I am in favor of Proposition 50 and oppose the proposed resolution, thank you, opposing redistricting. I was at a City Council meeting in March where there was a similar discussion that had to do with same-day voting and a letter that was going to be sent in support of same-day voting. I'm going to read real quickly what was said in order to bring that discussion to an end. It is entirely in our right to write letters to the governor, to the White House, on any issue of importance, Councilmember Hothe said. And in fact, any 2 of us could be on the same letter. But right now, we're 2 hours into a city council meeting, and we still have 6 other items to vote on that are actually in our jurisdiction. If we do this for every hyper-partisan issue, we are never going to get anything done in this city. I think that we've heard from the other issues that were on the agenda this evening that there are important things that this city needs to take care of. This is not a city issue. And while I will tell you, even as somebody who's in support of this proposition, I think it is unfortunate that Lodi is being divided up the way it is. I don't think it's as catastrophic as people are saying that it will be. I think we will still know who our representatives are. I think we will still know where their congressional offices are. And I think we will still be able to contact them when we need to contact them. But is it ideal? Probably not. I think at this point, though, there is a much bigger issue at hand, and that's what's happening in our country. And this is a temporary solution, a temporary proposal to solve this, and I think it's something that we have to do. I applaud our governor for having the bravery to do this, and I hope that it will pass, and I hope that this resolution will not pass. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to give you my input, okay, on the Governor Newsom's Election Rigging Response Act, which places Proposition 50 in California for November the 4th, a special election ballot. I am a true blue Californian. I'm a true blue Californian Lodi voter, and I'm asking you to stand with me. And I request that the resolution, that you reject the resolution before you this evening. By rejecting this resolution, you will keep voters from being disenfranchised, especially Black and brown voters and other minority voters. It will, in fact, allow fairness, okay, and justice to prevail. Prop 50 is only a temporary legislation, and it will be back in 2030.
We as Americans cannot allow our Constitution to be made a mockery, of which this would do. And it reminds me, long ago in this country, of something that we took care of, and that was no taxation without representation. The redrawing of 5 congressional districts because of Texas, okay, eliminates 5 congressional seats already won, okay, by Democrats. So it happens in our country because we are a democratic society. We cannot allow or support redistricting to occur, okay, to suit particularly and bluntly, okay, basically is a power grab. But we have to take our power and keep our power, and our power is democracy now, because we are going to continue to lose our democracy. I don't have to, okay, reiterate, okay, to each and every one of you. I teach government, economics, okay, and history. This is wrong. This is our contraire, okay, of our Constitution and our state constitution as well. What do you expect us to do? Really, what do you expect us to do? In Malatag, and we're in life, and you know this. You win some and you lose some, but we do it in a democratic way, in a fair way. It is despicable and it's blatant attempt to destroy our democratic values, and our Constitution. And without question, this is very un-American in a democratic society. Stand up with me and fight for democracy. In America, we do not have kings and never will have, and we must fight and continue to resist. We are a democratic republic. I ask each and every one of you to re-examine your
Thank you for your comments. The 3 minutes is up. And next 3 comment cards.
The next 3 comment cards I have are from Carol Jones, Nelson Rebel, and Lisa McBride.
No relation.
My name's Carol Jones, and I live at 931 Mason Street. Heading into the 2024 elections, red states held 23 gerrymandered seats in the House of Representatives, and Democratic states had 7, yielding a Republican 16 rigged seats. So Californians were already unfairly disenfranchised when in the House of Representatives, even before Texas took orders from President Trump to redraw their maps and add 5 more seats. So now it's 28 red gerrymanders to 7 blue. In other words, 21 rigged seats in favor of Republicans. Only a federal law can generally level the playing field. So in 2021, the Democrat-controlled U.S. House passed the For the People Act of 2021, which was H.R. 1. It would have made nonpartisan mapping the law of our land. It passed in the House with 220 Democratic votes. 0 Republicans supported it. 0 members of the Republican delegation from California supported nonpartisan redistricting. The bill was then killed in the Senate by Mitch McConnell, Republican. By this example, we can clearly see that Republican electeds love nonpartisan mapping for the blue states where it helps them, but they loathe it for red states where it costs them their gerrymandered seats. I have been speaking about how disingenuous Republican electeds are as pertains to Prop 50. I want to acknowledge that everyday Lodians of all political stripes have in good faith expressed their concerns about the effects on Lodi specifically. To me, it's a matter of priorities. On one hand, there are some temporary effects on our city. There's some things that will hurt us, but they are, I believe, somewhat exaggerated. And on the other hand, the temporary Prop 50 offers our best path to elect a Congress that will assert its constitutional duty to check the president's extreme agenda during this moment of authoritarian breakthrough that threatens the rule of law in our nation. So I strongly oppose Mayor Bregman's resolution, which supports election rigging, and I strongly support Prop 50 to level the playing field. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, can I ask, how many comment cards do we have left?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council of Lodi. I'm Reverend Nelson Rabel. I'm here representing myself. I'm a Lodi resident. I also wear many hats, pastor of two congregations. I'm a Lodi resident, but I have a congregation in Stockton, another one in Escalon, California. And I also am part of the board of Faith in the Valley, which is Pico, California affiliate, and I'm a board member. And we have reluctantly, given the situation around the country, we're supporting Prop 50 as an organization. And very respectfully, I think I appreciate the candor of everybody here trying to figure out what this means. But as a pastor and as a minister, I would encourage all of us, including the city council, to maybe instead of writing this resolution, maybe to write to the areas of the country that are doing gerrymandering, and maybe avoid the level of intensity that we have seen here by providing maybe a blanketed statement where we, as a city, as a community, we are against gerrymandering regardless of where it comes from. That would be my one. This is a personal suggestion. It's not coming from Pico, California, or any of my congregations, but me as a person, as an encouragement to the council. I also want to give a little history that some of you may or may not know, but given the history of the city of Lodi, in 2017, the city was approached by the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund precisely because of the lack of representation that many of the voters had in the city. And some of the council members at the time rejected the idea. So I think it will be, given the history of the city with people of color, and by the way, I was also approached by our common friend, Maria Elena, Bobby Vivens, the president of the NAACP, to come and speak and be here. Most people of color that I know, leaders of color from religious traditions, we want to be represented, and we want to the cities, the states, the federal government to be fair in the sense of how we are all represented. Not about partisanship, but fair elections. Win our vote based on your program, on your offer to the people. And I'll finish by saying this. I think it's very important to know that when the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund came to the city, the idea was to open up the democracy within the city of Lodi. Thankfully, it did pass. And I would encourage you again, just to do that resolution, but not directed like it is, but sent to the places where gerrymandering is happening.
Offended and frankly angered by the idea that the city council, which was elected to represent all of the constituents of the city of Lodi, has put forth this egregious resolution. As one of your constituents, I support Proposition 50. Therefore, your proposed resolution is completely dismissive and blatantly disrespects the views of your constituents, which has not yet been determined to be a majority or a minority, as they have not yet voted on it. You do not speak for us. You should be ashamed for trying to do so. Proposition 11 was approved in 2008 and Proposition 20 in 2010. It is a vastly different country we live in now. Those propositions are now antiquated and do not meet the moment, and are certainly not an argument for this resolution. The California Supreme Court stated exceptionally clearly, stating that the issue is to be, and I quote, left to the voters, end quote, from the California Supreme Court. I am a voter. Everyone in this room and in our community are voters. How dare you attempt to speak for me, for any of us on this issue? You are a city council. I can assure you that if this resolution is passed, I will be leading a letter writing campaign within the city of Lodi to have letters of support for Proposition 50 and in condemnation of the actions of this council sent to Governor Newsom and the Secretary of State, as they are inappropriate and a city government overreach. He will know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this community does not share this council's nor our biased partisan supervisors' views on Proposition 50. Thank you.
The next three comment cards I have are from Michael Hess, Dan Lane, and Carolyn Ross.
Good evening, council. My name is Michael Hess. I'm a resident of Lodi. And as I was thinking about my comments that I wanted to make this evening, and I was making notes about them, I wanted people to remember, because voters historically have very short memories of what's happened in the past, okay? And I want to take everybody back to the end of the 2020 election on federal elections. And we had a situation where a sitting president reached out to the state of Georgia voting officials and demanded that he come up with 11,280 votes, whatever that exact number was, to overturn the election in Donald Trump's favor, okay? What's happening now with this gerrymandering issue is exactly the same thing. The difference is that the people, the voting officials in Georgia, had the strength of character to stand up against it, where the Texas governor and the Republicans basically just caved in to the request. So we're going right down that same path of trying to have our democracy taken from us, absolutely ripped out of our hands. And people are just blissfully going down the road of accepting this. I hope in my heart, I really do, that the wisdom of the American voters, okay, well, first of all, they'll take advantage of their ability to vote, number one, if it's still there. And then they show the wisdom and the strength to stand up for our democracy. It's been a 250-year experiment, which is right on the cusp of possibly being done away with. I'm 76 years old. I never thought in my entire life that I'd be standing up here talking about the fact that our democracy could be destroyed. And it's happening right in front of my eyes, in front of your eyes, in front of all of our eyes. Next time you want to find out if we're being run, if our government is being managed by a president or by a king, take a look at a press conference inside the Oval Office. He was absolutely destroying the head of the Fed over the fact that it overspent on a building, okay? And the Oval Office looks like the Palace of Versailles. It's an obscenity. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Dan Lane, and I just want to share with you that I concur with especially the comments that you made, Councilmember Craig Hensley, that one of the factors that apparently is overlooked when this decision to present this proposition to the vote was made, there was no discussion with residents of the city of Lodi about the gerrymandering dispersal of the districts, where we will now be faced, if this resolution passes and is adopted, we'll be faced with neighbors across the street from each other having to seek different representation for common issues. That does upset me. I'm not offended by any political reasoning behind this, but I am in fear of the fact that after this resolution goes to the voters, and if it is adopted, you mentioned that Representative Harder stands for us, even though he may not in fact have congressional oversight over the entire city. But when the roll call is made of the congressional representatives, not a single member of that delegation will be able to stand and say, in truth and honesty, I
represent Lodi. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and the mayor. I'm Carolyn Ross. I'm a longtime resident of Lodi. And here's my sentiments on this. For years, Democrats have played by the rules while Republicans keep breaking them. There's no point in saying that's not how the game is played. If it's being allowed, then the rules have changed. You either fight back or you're beaten. And I, for one, am sick of losing. Democrats lost the House, the Senate, and the presidency. We now have military-occupied cities, mass kidnapping of our neighbors, tens of millions of people about to lose their health care, and our most basic rights are at risk. California warned Texas that if they gerrymandered districts to steal seats from voters, California would do the same. Under Trump pressure, Governor Abbott did it anyway. Gavin Newsom said, "You do it, we'll do it. You leave us no choice." All of us wanting leaders with the courage to fight fire with fire hope other Democratic governors will match Newsom's energy. California Democrats proposed these changes legally and constitutionally. Instead of just going through the legislature like Texas did, they are taking it to the voters. Prop 50 redistricting will be temporary. The long-term goal is still no gerrymandering. That's why Democratic House voted to make gerrymandering illegal with the For the People Act in 2019, and again in 2021 with the Redistricting Reform Act. Republicans voted against the bills both times. The Republican-led U.S. Congress has abandoned their responsibility to be a check on the president. The only way for the people to regain a voice is to have the House under Democratic control. Otherwise, we risk losing our democracy. California is stepping up to show what it looks like to finally meet the moment. I support Prop 50, and I ask the council to oppose this proposed resolution against it. Thank you.
The last two comment cards I have are for Lavina Jackson and Nick. And Nick, I am so sorry. I don't want to butcher your last name. But it starts with a B. Okay.
Might be gone. It's 9:40.
Okay.
We'll move on.
So Ms. Jackson, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and council members. My name is Livy Jackson, and I have lived in Lodi since 2001 and became a dual national in 2006. I wholeheartedly support Proposition 50, therefore strongly oppose this proposed resolution. In an ideal world, where all the states had an independent redistricting commission, we would arguably not be having this discussion. Rather, we are in exceptional times, and that calls for exceptional actions. Nationally, governmental checks and balances appear to be a thing of the past, so we urgently need the reinstatement of the beliefs of the founding fathers to save our precious democracy. Locally, we are being hurt by the tariff-induced rising cost of everyday essentials and the increasing decimation of our healthcare, including jobs. Bottom line, this is about all of us in Lodi having our wishes known by being able to vote on Proposition 50. Please do not take away our freedom to have a say in this critical matter. Lodi does not want the legacy of curtailing our freedom to vote. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? If you would, please come to the podium now. And if there are any other members, if you would, stand behind her. Just want to be efficient as possible. Thank you.
My name is Ellen Estrada. I'm a 4.5-year resident of Lodi. I grew up and lived most of my life in Southern California. This is a big change for me up here. Within the last couple of days, off the coast of Venezuela, the US government blew up a boat, saying that there were gang members and drugs on the boat. Well, the boat's at the bottom of the ocean, so we really will never know. But that's what this administration is doing. No laws are above being broken, and this is very sad. I never thought, again, that I would live in a country where this would happen. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, happy. I think my parents were Republican. We never really discussed things that much. But I have voted, ever since I started voting, I've been a Democrat. Maybe I shouldn't reveal that, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to see the gerrymandering that goes on across the country. We do have to protect ourselves now. Do I want to gerrymander? Was I thrilled when California adopted nonpartisan redistricting? Absolutely. And guess who voted more for it than Democrats? Republicans in 2010. They put that motion through. Well, things have changed. We don't have those same Republicans anymore. So we have to protect ourselves. Prop 50 is temporary. Temporary. 5 years. It's not a big price to pay for possibly preventing the absolute downfall of our country. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Knowlton, and I'm also opposed to this resolution, and I don't need to reiterate the wonderful arguments that have already been made here tonight. I just want to say that in the past 3 weeks, I've been at 2 events that Josh Harder has spoken at, and both times he was asked specifically to speak on whether he opposed or supported Prop 50, and he said both times that it's the voters of California that will decide that, not him. And I think that applies to the city council. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is John Stewart. I've been living in Lodi for 4 years now. There's a lot of politics going on these days. I would just like to reiterate what several people in this room have said this evening. This is a federal issue, not a city council issue. And I would urge you all to step away from this resolution and let the voters have their say. This isn't your job to do this, and it's not going to change the fact that we still get to go and vote in November. I don't understand why you're putting much energy. I think there's some really great conversations that happened this evening. I plan on attending more of these. But again, I think it's important that you avoid getting onto the political aisle. And you're doing that by making this statement tonight. Thank you.
Do we have any more? You got it. And that's it.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here this evening and to speak. 258, 257, 256. I'll be short. Many people spoke this evening about this being a local issue and Lodi being divided up into 3 parcels and 3 sections. And you know, being an educator for Lodi District for over 26 years, and being a relatively knowledgeable person, I've only lived here for 40 years.
And I used to have to look in the yellow pages to find out who my representative was. We don't have yellow pages anymore. If I was to give everyone in this room a map of this county and this area, I defy you to draw out exactly what district you live in and who your representative is and how many times you've contacted them, because you haven't. This is an issue, a federal issue. This is not an issue for this body to deal with this evening. You're doing this as grandstanding, and we already know where Mr. Bregman speaks on it. And the fact of the matter is, it's sad. Many people spoke of this country and our democracy, and they went back to the revolutionary times, and, they speak of the Constitution and so forth. And, I just happen to have a copy of the Constitution in my pocket. And when it comes to honesty and integrity, it's not for this council to decide who can vote and who can't vote. It's up to us, we the people, to vote. We the people can vote, not you can telling us or pass a resolution to say, well, we don't think it's proper. We're going to split up this county and we should do this and we should do that. Let's be honest about it. One person said all politics are local. They're no longer local. This is not local. You people are trying to turn this into a local issue. This is not a local issue. This is a federal government issue. Your representatives will represent you if you so desire to contact them. And if you have an issue that is a federal issue, I contacted McNerney on several issues. I'm sorry, Mr. Pilkington, that's a state issue. That's not a federal issue. And well, don't you have an opinion on it? He says, well, no, I can't vote it. I can't give you an opinion on it. Let's be honest. Our current president uses his position to propagate falsehoods and lies at many, many, many avenues in every turn. So I'm totally against you people right here deciding right now for the city of Lodi, when the city of Lodi, most residents don't even know who the hell, don't know who the representative is. So thank you. I'm opposed to this, and I vote yes for it.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come to the podium now. Seeing no others, I will close. I will move to council comments.
I like to hear what my council members think. Let me put it, I like to comment what Yepez said in paper. So what Yepez said in paper, what he made a comment that he sent to know. I like to hear both of you before I say something. Go ahead.
Sure. Yep. So he just wants to hear what his colleagues have to say. Is what he said.
I can start, or you can start. I can either way. Yeah. So reiterating what I said in the paper, that we have so much. This council has so many issues to deal with: the streets, safer streets, and I think, from my opinion, talking about federal issues is beyond this council's time. I really like the discussion that we had as a community here, but I don't know why were we doing this for the first place, because this is beyond us, and this will be up to the voters in November. So I don't know where we're having this discussion. So for me, it's obviously a no on this thing.
Mikey, did you want to add some comments?
Sure. Yep. So, so prior to being elected, I worked for our former assembly member, now Sacramento Sheriff Cooper, for a long time. He's been in public office for 3 decades, and after getting elected, I asked what he thought how he was successful in his role and how I might take some of that into my own. And he told me to always focus on the 3 Ps. That's parks, potholes, public safety. And I've striven to do that from the outset. I've been up here for 5 years. I can't tell you the number of resolution requests I've had, and many of which I even agree with, but I don't bring them to the dais because I find that they often are very they could be very partisan, and I think there's very impactful work that we already have to do as a city. Up next on this agenda here is the fourth P, and that's P cards. And I think that's a much more valuable conversation for us to be having up here based off of our power and actual jurisdiction. I know people who are working the yes on 50 campaign. I know people who are working the no on 50 campaign. I'm happy to connect any aspiring politician to those campaigns, and I'm sure they'd be happy to put you front and center to try and push forward whatever their campaign messages are. But I think when we get into these hyper-partisan issues, irrespective of what your opinion is on them, they serve to, at times, erode the trust that people have with the public. I'll tell you that there's a lot of Lodi Democrats. I know many of them well, and I speak very highly of the individuals up here, even despite some of these partisan differences. And I think it's because we focus on a shared goal of what's best for our community, what's best for our parks, our public safety, our potholes. And I think that this is the second time this year we've had this. We've talked about this for an hour and a half. I'd much rather talk about things that I have actual power and influence over. The rest I'll do at the ballot box.
I've been around the blocks, the issues I know, right? I was former assemblyman. Before that, I was city council member. I always felt that in the city council is nonpartisan, so I didn't bring my partisanship. I went to state assembly. When I came back here, that's my same feeling. When Cameron brought this, I said, what's Cameron doing? I've been around this already. I knew you're going to have hours coming here with anger, almost fist fight, right? So it's the reason I asked the other city council members to make the statement is hopefully when they become mayors, they won't bring partisan material because this can be the same thing. That's why I asked you guys to say that, all right? Now, having said this, right, I'm asking, why did Cameron do it? Because Cameron is a good mayor, right? He looked at that and he said, this is bad for Lodi. Least look at that and he said, it was bad for Lodi. I take a look at this, this is bad for Lodi. So what my vote's going to be, I'm going to follow what you guys say because this, what power do I have first? It's been passed by the legislature. It's spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? It's going to be, well, you're going to make the choice. I didn't want to make this comment. When this paper said to Alan Knockney, all the city comment, would you make a comment on this? I said, I'm not going to make a comment on that. All I could do is make enemies, right? Half of you would like what I said, half of you wouldn't. So I'm going to vote yes for it because Cameron and Lisa did this because it was this Proposition 50 is not good for Lodi. It is not good for Lodi, so I'll be supporting this.
And I'd like to add a few things on that, which is,
Okay.
Dr. Nakanishi, and a few things. Number one, this goes back to, this is, Lisa, actually, this goes back earlier this year. Lisa was the councilwoman who introduced the item on voting, okay? The staff report got messed up. But this is my item, I have no doubt about that. And the reason that this is the only item I've ever brought that is considerably, high attendance of partisanship, but it's also because we have no representation on it. All these other different, AB 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, you have Cal Cities, you have all your different populations that get a weigh in on it in a nonpartisan way. Cal Cities has no stance on this, okay? And what I'd also mention is Lodi's in a special predicament. A lot of cities out there aren't split up 3 ways, and even Stockton, for instance, okay? Stockton has 250,000 people, 250,000 residents. If you split up Stockton in 3 different ways, you still have a decent amount of the voting block to be able to have a congressman take a look at you. But I look at Linden, a town of a few thousand, I've never seen a congressman there. And so I look at Lodi and I do realize that this will have a huge effect. I don't care whether we have Josh Harder or Lincoln or whoever, but it should be the entire city represented.
Cameron, I agree with you.
Yes, so I will go to Lisa.
I agree with you.
If you have any comments.
I appreciated the comments that came in. You're going to have the option to vote. That's the way it's going to go anyway. But the fact of the matter is, I wanted to bring attention to everyone here tonight. We're split in 3. You may think it doesn't mean anything. They're going to represent you. We will have people who never step their foot in Lodi, who are going to have to be brought up to speed with what's going on, and then they will be up for election in the next year. So to me, you know, it isn't a partisan issue. It's equity and fairness for my electorate. And when we talk about temporary, we know how temporary can tend to work. You know, the fact is that maybe we're saying that the citizen-based redistricting was temporary because now we're changing that. So what happened to what was passed that set up the citizen-based redistricting? I totally agree. It'd be great to have that for every other state. The state of California, by passing Prop 50, which says the intent is to support it, can't guarantee any other state is going to do that. It's great that we took that approach to it and had a citizen-based strategy because there were so many citizens involved with the redistricting effort. And they made that determination, we will not split up neighborhoods. We will not split up communities of interest. That was the decision that was made that we, by a large majority, voted in support of. So I'm going to stick with this because it impacts my district. And it impacts my efforts to lobby and to educate our federal elected officials on what matters to the whole of Lodi, not just this neighborhood and this neighborhood and this. And you cannot guarantee that you're going to get a consistent vote across the city from that elected official. So I know where I stand right now. I know who my representative is, who I can refer someone to, and for a town of 67,000 people to be split in three and a district of 7,100 voters to be split in three, to me, that is not equal protection, that is not equity, and I'm going to support the mayor's resolution.
Councilmember Ramon, if you haven't gone to sleep on Zoom, I assume you have not. Do you have any comments or questions, statements?
No, I think we cover everything, and I really like the discussion that we had with the public and my fellow council members.
All right,
I call for the vote.
I will take a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Roll call.
Councilmember Nakanishi?
Yes, approving. Brigman.
May I, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I would like to move to approve with the addition of a language for a resolution that specifically calls out Lodi. So I would like to get the feedback from council members. What I have added to the resolution is whereas the city council supports the current California state law, which requires that redistricting avoid splitting neighborhoods or communities of interest whenever possible, as redrawn by the state legislature, Lodi's neighborhoods and communities are not kept intact, undermining equal protection and diluting accountability of elected officials to their constituents. I'd like to propose that, and I can give that to city clerk.
Thank you.
I would agree with that. That's very agreeable to me. Do we need a separate motion or a new motion? Excuse me.
Councilmember Craig Hensley made the original motion, so she can make that. However, Dr. Nakanishi did second it. So do you approve seconding
Yes,
that version?
I approve the amendment.
Okay. We will now take a vote.
So with the amendment to the resolution.
Yes, and it was
vote-
seconded.
Yes. Councilmember Nakanishi?
Yes,
Councilmember Hothi?
No.
Councilmember Craig Hensley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yepez?
No.
Mayor Bregman?
Yes. And it passes. Moving to item. Okay, all right. I'm going to we're going to do a 2-minute recess so that people can leave and use the restroom if they need it. If everybody would take their seats.
I want to thank you for being honest, but I don't think this should be before the vote.
Katie, where's the?
City council, you're a city council member, or you have another city council, the city council,
What are you going to do? You have to represent your people.
you have to, at that point, your own personal thing, right? Even though it's not gonna affect the, I can't affect the federal government, state government. But your votes, you can give your reason they don't vote for it.
I've talked with you many times.
Denise, you're live.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We will now end the recess and begin, or resume the meeting at 10:06 PM. Moving to item G4, Madam City Clerk, please go over the item.
G4 is to receive a presentation and update on the downtown specific plan, and I will turn it over to community development.
Yes, ma'am. I think our PowerPoint's on number 4. While she's pulling that up, John and I are here from Community Development, Director Delamonica, and I'm Deputy Director Marsh. And tonight we're presenting our, for some reason, it's not showing my PowerPoint. Give me just 1 second here. It is not popping up on your, it's on my screen, but not on your screen.
Do we need to switch cords? There it is.
You got it? Okay, thank you. Got it, we're good.
Okay, so this is, I'll go through this pretty quickly. This is an overview of the presentation that we gave to the steering committee for the downtown specific plan on August 11th. And again, this is just an informational item only. We are not requesting any council action at this time, but we want to keep you informed as the plan continues to take shape. As you know, here's the multidisciplinary team led by consultant RRM. The area is shown on the map on the left here, as you're familiar with, since we've done pretty extensive outreach. Community engagement to date can be summarized here, which is also available in all this information on planlodi.com. We've held extensive steering committee meetings, public workshops, including 2 conducted in Spanish, entirely stakeholder interviews, open house, charrettes. We had dedicated space at the Main Street building. We had study sessions with both the Planning Commission and City Council, and all of that input has been received and has been very critical in refining the vision, goals, and concepts for the downtown plan area. That vision would be, sorry, it's not advancing as quickly. Oh, you're steering it? Okay, the next one, next slide, please, thank you. So that vision is downtown to accentuate and expand on, in the heart of the existing piece of Lodi, to create a new and unique destination area, and really looking at a vibrant, entertaining, walkable, interconnected core that's clean, safe, and family-friendly. And that would be for both the older area and the expansion of the downtown mixed-use zone, which was recently approved with the EIR update with that rezoning effort. Next slide, please. So the overall key concepts that were gathered from the consultant team, we're looking at enhancing branding, identity, and signage. We're already actively working to recruit a downtown hotel, but the plans for the downtown specific plan will include some specific sites where they could be located. We're looking at alleyway enhancements, which with improved lighting, that was a concern that was echoed over and over again. They are considering locations for potential public restrooms, and of course, outdoor dining and parklets, or conversion of some of the parking stalls to outdoor dining to expand sidewalks where there is a lack of space for outdoor dining, and looking at a potential property-based improvement district. Next slide, please. Here are just some inspirational photos that the consultant team is looking at that could be inspiration for branding, wayfinding, or placemaking, such as signage. As you can see, some of these examples are from Roseville or other areas that really help the downtown create an identity, including outdoor seating there you can see in the top left. Next slide, please. This is an example of an alley improvement. If you flip to the next slide, you can see what those improvements theoretically could look like. There could be enhanced pavement, defined pedestrian and vehicular areas, wayfinding, signage, public art, lighting, landscaping, or consolidation of trash receptacles to make the area more walkable and friendly. This would utilize spaces that we already have, and this was really a concern that we heard over and over again through our public outreach. This is just an example. This wouldn't be specifically applied to this specific alley. It's just inspiration for what an alley program could look like and improvements could look like. Next slide, please. Additional concepts included a desire for additional seating and plazas, increased events and festivals. We heard a lot of feedback that folks wanted later hours or a 24-hour downtown for shops and restaurants to be open later. Definitely a desire for year-round twinkle lights. Everyone loved the lights during Christmas time and wants to see them year-round. Additional landscaping and public art.
a revitalization for the Hill Park, and facade improvement programs. I will note that a lot of these are really concepts that are just photos and inspiration throughout the document, and any public art or any of those major projects would obviously go through the public process before they were approved in the future. So the plan may contain some inspiration for public art, but the actual public art itself would go through the public process before being approved. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is inspiration for Hell Park. Our consultants met a couple times with the folks from Parks, and this is just a high-level concept of what could be in the future. This is not dialed in. It's just inspiration at this point. But they suggested really utilizing the parking area, and this is, keep in mind, this is a long-term plan with the knowledge that parking was recently resurfaced. So this is more like a 20-year vision. So in the future, as the park becomes more active, as more people live in the area and really activate the spaces, maybe transferring some of the parking to the outer edges around the north, south, and east sides of the park. And then you can see in the middle there, really connecting to a future potential paseo, which is right now just an alley that's not very pretty looking. And next slide, please. So further key concepts involved improving connectivity, such as utilization of the alleyways and converting them into paseos, exploring a quiet zone for the railroad, and we'll get into that a little bit in a second, and redeveloping Main Street, really doing a corridor plan for Main Street from Lodi Avenue up north of Lockford to connect the ball fields, and really downtown housing with the housing focused more around Main Street and along that corridor. Next slide, please. Here you can see pedestrian connectivity and routes and where some of those proposed paseos would be. There would be a proposed multi-use trail that would go north and south, kind of that squiggly line adjacent to Main Street that would go from Lodi Avenue up into north of Lockford to the ball fields. That really ties in with kind of the discussion you heard from Wes Ray earlier of activating that space with the activities and sports really focus in that area. So a lot of these involve, really activating alternative modes of transportation, biking, pedestrian, walking, and promenades, and really those connections. Next slide, please. Here's another example of an alley that could be converted to a paseo. Next slide. And here's what those enhanced improvements could look like with increased lighting, using creative pavers, wayfinding, and public art. Next slide, please. Here are some existing conditions for streetscape enhancements that our consultants were very impressed with what had been put in place, and especially around School Street in the existing downtown area. And some of those amenities, they thought they could create a color pattern where the existing downtown area is focused more on green, but echoing and using the city's logo colors and that dark purple, and maybe the other side towards Main Street using the same patterns for furnishings, but changing the color scheme. Those were some of the ideas that they threw out. Next slide, please. Here's a similar graphic for bicycle connectivity that we saw for pedestrian connectivity. We have one of each of these for pedestrian, cycle connectivity, and also for vehicular connectivity. So you can see here, those blue kind of stars are where the railroad crossings are that are existing. There's some proposed, you can see the kind of squiggly line where the multi-use trail would be adjacent to Main Street going north and south. In the next couple slides, I'll show you how that might look from a street view. Next slide, please.
Here's showing the vehicular circulation and where the minor arterials are, collector streets, and some of those, how they interact with the railroad crossings. You can see in the blue stars where those railroad crossings are again, and again where the parking structure is, and potentially future parking structure. That could be connected over the railroad with the pedestrian crossing. We've been told there's prefab kind of pedestrian bridges that you could drop in and connect if there's two future a parking garage next to the existing parking garage connected to the WOW. And that would enable folks to walk across the railroad without having to wait for trains to come by. Next slide, please. Sorry to buzz through these so quick. I know we're late, so again, these are going to be posted on planlodi.com, so if you want to look at them in more detail, since I'm going through them so quickly. Here you can see the Main Street enhancements that are in the green area. On the left side, you can see on the map that there's a gap where we are going to show you a couple of options. Those options could be variable depending on our acquisition or ability to acquire or lease property from the railroad. So this is what the remainder of Main Street will look like outside of the railroad properties. And as you can see on the image on the right from the street view and from the aerial on the left, that there would be a protected bike ped lane along Main Street to the west side, north and south along Main Street. And the right side there of the image would be your typical sidewalk that would have street trees and parking adjacent to the street. Again, it would remain a 2-lane road, but it would be really enhanced with a streetscaping plan. Next slide, please. One thing we heard a lot during our public outreach was folks really wanted to see a celebration of all the cultures and mix of cultures in Lodi. Some of the improvements could include a pavilion or public square, promenade enhancements, multicultural events, fiesta flags and banners, overhead place-making elements, and public art. Again, any public art would go through a future public process to determine exactly what that would look like. Next slide, please. Again, here are some of those additional cultural elements we really heard from the community that they would like to honor the Japanese history along Main Street in the prior Japantown area. Some of the inspiration included painted crosswalks or intersections, lanterns, decorative grates around trees, again, public art or banners. Again, these are just inspirational photos. Any public art would again go through a public process before it was determined what would actually be input. Next slide, please. This is the existing condition. You see Lodi Crush on the left there and the water tower and the old fire station to the right. And if you flip to the next slide, you can see this is a visual of what it could look like with that streetscape in place. So you can see on the right side there an enhanced sidewalk, outdoor seating, public benches, wayfinding, and on that left side or the west side of Main Street, so this is facing north, clearly towards Lodi Crush, you can see there will be a bike ped trail along that west side of Main Street. Again, this is just a inspirational picture of what it could be. As it evolves, it could be a little bit different. There is flexibility. This is just a concept drawing. Next slide, please. Again, this just has labeling showing where there would be, street furnishings, parking, additional trees, the bike lane, adaptive reuse of buildings that are existing, and then new buildings that are constructed where there are vacant parcels. Such as wrapping one around the Lodi Crush building there, potentially with a parking garage on the rear side to connect over the railroad there. Next slide, please. Here is the Union Pacific, one of their crossings. You can see on the left of the slide there, all of those parcels that are in blue are owned by Union Pacific. Rail Pros is a sub-consultant that we hired with RRM They had conducted a site visit to evaluate existing conditions. Our consultant RM and staff all met them out on site, and we looked at the crossings. We have had several meetings with RailPros and one meeting with UP itself to discuss potential acquisition or options for leasing. We are still exploring what those options are and have not come to a conclusion just yet. We are also asking them to identify and outline what the process is to establish a quiet zone. And obviously that pedestrian overpass viability. Community development and the city previously did apply for a grant to plan for an overpass, but we did not receive that grant funding. There are, however, potentials in the future for potential grant opportunities.
Quick question, Cynthia.
Yes.
So it does mention 50 to 100, I assume that's feet, easement required on either side of tracks. What is the total length of the width of the property?
If you go to the next slide, Olivia, you can actually see on the graphic. So see on the left side there, it says 50-foot railroad buffer.
Yep.
And then the remaining, so it's about 150 to 200 feet deep. So they require minimum, the UP requires minimum 50 feet. They would like fencing along there to prevent folks from being able to walk across the tracks, especially as we activate them.
Right.
Our original discussions with them, we really wanted to have our bike ped trail closest to the tracks. And they were not too pleased with that suggestion. So they said if we keep it towards the Main Street frontage, they would be happy with that. So here you can see where those three largest blue parcels are really like the target of our acquisition or leasing that we would like to deal with. RM, our consultants, have come up with, in the following slides, three different options. One would be if we are not able to acquire the sites, but perhaps just lease them. What would be a temporary use that could activate the space and be just kind of a quick and get something going there? And their suggestion was to look at doing a food truck park, such as Modesto's 9th and G Grub Hub example. And it could just be a quick, like, we're not fully developing the site, we're just leasing it and getting a food truck operator in there or something similar to operate and get the space going. If you flip to the next slide, you can see how that might look. Can you go to the next one, Olivia? Thanks. Where there might be just a simple parking lot constructed where vendors could park their food trucks, and there could be just temporary tables and umbrellas, and trees could be in planters, nothing too permanent, decorative fencing, and kind of the basic improvements just to get the space activated and get it cleaned up. Next slide. Here would be kind of the next stage. If we were able to get an easement but not purchase property, and they would let us, with an easement, potentially do some limited development. And this is what that would look like in the green box. The dotted box has the easement area where there could be some leases or some relationship formed where we can do some limited types of development. If you click to the next slide.
Before we advance that, one other comment. In this scenario, we would actually use the parking to the rear of the buildings against the right-of-way, giving us an enhanced setback. So it actually helps accommodate the railroad's concerns about adjacent development. This would help bolster the idea that development would be more centered on Main Street and using the parking as an added buffer to the 50 feet delineated.
Yes, they did express some concerns about any buildings being constructed, particularly for housing that would be close to the railroad. So they would really prefer those to be fronted up along Main Street as close as possible, with the parking in the rear more towards the railroad side. If you go to the next slide, it's essentially the same slide with the green box removed. So that would be with Union Pacific acquisition, if it was possible, and the ability to develop each site entirely.
If you flip to the next couple slides can go pretty quickly. This is, as you know, the existing condition. The next slide following just has some basic labels, which I think are difficult to read. But the following slide is if Union Pacific maintain ownership, this is what it might look like if there was just a basic food truck park. You can see on that lower parcel there. The city owns the parcel to the north of that food truck parcel that wraps around where Lodi Crush is. So that could potentially be fully developed. As you can see in this graphic, there would be a paseo connecting the alleyway that runs adjacent to the historic firehouse towards Hell Park. And this has some of those basic improvements along the street frontage. The next slide shows with the Union Pacific easement what that might look like if we're able to do some development, again, from bird's eye view. And the next slide is if we were able to acquire the UP site, what that might look like and as the development continues to roll out. Again, in this graphic, we're missing some of the street trees covering the entire north and south area, but this was more of a focus on what the buildings could look like if the area was built out. Next slide, please. So right now, we're wrapping up, our consultants are wrapping up. We just did our steering committee outreach last month. We've done all of the outreach to date that you've seen summarized here. The consultants are beginning to draft the specific plan. They have rolled out to us some of the kind of early documents. Per their scope of work, their consultant GPA has provided us with the initial historic survey. As we mentioned previously, one of our new assistant planners has joined us, and she has started working on transferring that data to the DPR 523 forms for historic consideration. GPA's review, the subconsultant's review of documentation, excuse me, revealed that there are 38 properties that were previously identified as potentially historic within the plan area. After additional review, the consultant identified a total of 118 potential historic resources across 130 parcels. So our new assistant planners are going through those 118, which they have evaluated and they have photographed and documented and done research extensively. They have provided about a 65-page document that has a summary of each of those parcels. So we're transferring that information to the DPR forms. And in addition, we have preliminary memos from our economist, Bill Lee, who we're working with in economic development. We've identified some sites to test prototypes on. So RM's architect was working with Bill Lee to see what the performers are and how they pencil out on each of those kind of test sites. Those priority, they might be priority sites or catalyst sites, you might call them. They will further refine those, and those will be included in the document. So as they're going back and forth and kind of testing things, they're giving us pieces and we're giving them feedback. So we're kind of looking at those before they start tabulating them into the entire document. The CEQA analysis is the next stage. We covered a lot of this in our general plan EIR, the document analysis. So we are nearing the ability to get a draft in our hands soon. After the draft is available, we will publish it, and there will be a public comment period and review period. We are hoping to have that draft at council and or for adoption eventually in Planning Commission in early 2026. So we're hoping to get the draft finalized in the next couple months here for public review and then adoption in 2026.
We'll be bringing all this back to the steering committee as well before taking any further public process to get some feedback from our local constituents on the project and take whatever comments they have, assimilate those into the report as well before the next public steps.
I do have a question, assuming the presentation. I do note that our transportation department is one of our healthiest departments fiscally in the city. I'm wondering what the full ability of the transportation department is, as far as, we able to spend some of those funds on infrastructure, any type of roadways? You know, does the current transit station, is that fully 100% owned by the individual department? I'm just wondering, I mean, that's one, department that if we can utilize some of those dollars to possibly buy the railroad property, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering if there's any type of creative way in which we can.
Are you talking about the potential of grant resources for?
No. So what I'm asking is, I'll split it up. Number one is the transit station, is that owned by the transportation department?
I think we'll defer to Charlie.
And/or
Public
fully
Works
funded by?
Take care.
It is funded by the Transit Enterprise Fund.
Okay.
So that building is part of that. That transit funding will maintain and fund capital projects for that purpose.
And do you think that there's any availability to expand that parking lot and/or center for the transit station?
We'd have to look into that.
Okay, that is just one of my ideas that I'm throwing out there.
And we've taken a look at expanding, some of the facilities before, but then along with that comes maintenance. If you use federal dollars, that'll generally require, you can't charge for parking, like with our parking structure. We had federal dollars that built that, it's a great piece of infrastructure, but, we can't benefit from it as a city
Ongoing.
without,
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had. Council members.
Just a couple quick items. Who at UP are you speaking with?
At Union Pacific,
Yeah.
their real estate team, they handle the regional acquisition for any property in the western states.
Okay, so they're based out of Sacramento, or who are they?
I don't recall where we had a Zoom meeting with them, so I don't recall where they were based out of.
All right.
I believe they're back east, actually, in their central headquarters.
In Omaha?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am going to say this because it's really, I sit on the Rail Commission, I chair the Rail Commission, we deal with UP every single meeting. And I would highly recommend we get a down brief from Stacy Mortensen, because we deal with UP all the time. And one of the things, I think it's lovely, the decorative fencing, I think that's great. I've been told by UP they don't want fencing. They have other ways by which they divide a spot. But, depending on how close the fencing is, if it's 50 feet, if it's 100 feet, whatever, and this kind of comes down to their police area. The enforcement don't necessarily care for fencing because they want immediate access. And so I just say that because I want to make sure we're talking to the right people. Real estate's important, obviously, they make those final decisions. But I do have a contact that is the individual who handles government relations locally here, and I'm happy to give you that contact, but I do highly recommend that we have that conversation with Ms. Mortensen while she still is at Rail Commission, because she'll be leaving pretty soon, but then she may be an advisor. So, excellent relationships to build on there.
We will definitely glean on that.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. Just a couple of other things. I know at one point we were talking about maybe closing one of the streets as an approach to the quiet zone concept. So I don't know if that's going to be a recommendation out of the plan.
One of the suggestions from Rail Pros is not to play that card right
Okay.
away, to hold
Okay.
that in
Okay.
abeyance, and to say, if we're navigating and getting close to a negotiation, they would definitely make that request of us, and if we can concede at that point, it sort of looks like we're more than willing to
Pull
work.
back the chips right now. Okay, got it. The Sacramento Street, I have gotten concerns expressed from members of the steering committee that where's Sacramento Street in this? And maybe it's just the presentation isn't looking at it. but we do have locations that need to have infill. We have opportunities, the hotel being one of them, I think, that we've been looking at. So I think they're going to be looking for, what's going on in Sacramento Street as part of that report. I do anticipate we'll get recommendations that maybe some kind of low-hanging fruit, some quick wins we can get out of moving forward with the plan. I do respect the fact that we have a strong Japanese history on Main Street. That is part of the past, just like the Italians and the Greeks and the Germans were part of the past. Right now, it's a strong Hispanic, Pakistani community. I want to see cultural layering. I don't want to see just a Japanese history imprinted in that.
That was clearly not the intent. The idea was to show a multicultural approach.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate hearing that. So, and then I think lastly, just, I'm hoping we see some kind of rough estimates on the costs of some of these proposed concepts, because again, as council, it helps us, what can we get done so that we know we're starting to move forward? We're not going to get projects that are hundreds of thousands of dollars necessarily going, but at least we know maybe there are some funding sources for those, maybe some public-private partnerships for those. I think the UP focus is a good long-term, but let's make sure we're starting to implement something that is doable and visible so the community sees the benefits of a planning process that they were involved in. So
A great deal of this plan will also rely upon that public-private
Yeah,
partnership.
I'm sure.
The notion of having developers, and we are actually speaking to some already who have interest, to consider how do we allow them to develop the property? Are we going to bear the expense of that public improvement or build that into the ticket of their project? Therefore, connecting the dots as we improve along streetscapes. One little just point to go back on fencing versus other barriers around the rails. Most of those considerations came out of the specific conversations on the quiet zone. There's I won't say a panic, there is a reality that UP has that they know we have zero barriers along our rail line through our downtown. That's why they lay on the horn at one end and don't stop till they get to the other. If they knew there were barriers in place, that would assist in the idea of going forward with a quiet zone and giving them some assurance that we're doing everything we can to prevent pedestrian intersections.
Okay.
If I may add too, on the plan will examine funding opportunities, such as like a PBID. However, we do have a grant opportunity coming up with cap and trade funding for reduction of GHGs and VMT, which is limited to specific areas, and one of those is our Main Street corridor. And it's in the range of $15-20 million. So we do have an opportunity to do a really large project that we're in talks with SJCOG on a coalition application on.
Thank you. Good. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do we have any other council questions?
Thank you both for the presentation. I think I love a lot of what I'm seeing. I have a question about whether vacant storefronts has been a part of the dialogue there. That's number one. And then number two, whether there's been any discussion about and maybe this already exists, but coloring or uniformity with some of the buildings. I'm thinking of one building in particular on Oak.
Yeah, it's not your favorite building, is it? Yeah.
On Oak and Sacramento Street.
I would love to see him redevelop that building, so.
Just a hideous pink structure on the corner. I don't know who owns it. But
I do.
I think something like that really degrades the value of nearby entities as well. And it's a constant eyesore when I drive by, and I just think of the vacant storefronts as well and what we could do to kind of maybe prod some of these individuals to get something moving there. And so just two thoughts or questions that I have.
We do have a sites inventory that identifies vacant parcels in total, that identify underutilized buildings, that identify vacant buildings. So it is part of the fabric of looking at how those teeth in the comb play, and then how we can start to consider unification of that. So it's
The downtown specific plan will help us establish the criteria by which we then can begin to judge projects being introduced into the downtown, not just the downtown by itself. So the idea is this becomes our roadmap, our policy decisions that will affect what we see as evidence from other developers wanting to build and improve in our downtown. How do they fit best? So one of the ideas behind the opportunity sites, we're identifying like sites not only on the east side, but also some on the other side of School Street even, because we do have sites in the downtown that are underutilized, even in the west side. So what are those opportunities? Hospitality, mixed use residential, just residential alone, and we're looking at the blending of all of those use types. The idea of those opportunity sites is we come up with a definitive description. Here's the volume allowed by the zoning ordinance. Here are the infrastructure improvements required. Here's the gross area allowed by that particular property. How many of those other sites do we have in our downtown that are similar? So the idea is we can construct what that opportunity looks like and then apply it to multiple sites within the downtown, therefore limiting the approval process, the integrity of fitting into the rest of the downtown by having those development standards kind of prescribed. So it becomes a bit of a opportunity to fast track an opportunity for an approval based on the consistency we come up with in those opportunity site ideas. So another tool to help a developer actuate the financial feasibility of their project and how it fits into our zoning ordinances that fit the physical environment and marry those two together and assist in moving a project forward faster.
Thank you. And then one other thought I've had is just the potential for downtown like rooftops. You know, I go to my own downtown property and I go up on the rooftop and I see just barren rooftops in every direction. I've gone to other communities. We've go for NCPA to Napa, and they've really been able to like revitalize some of their older buildings and put up restaurants and, you know, on places where they didn't exist before. And I know, you know, just some thoughts as far as I know that it's cost prohibitive for some of the property owners down there, but perhaps it wouldn't be if there was, you know, some sort of standard in place.
Certainly built from scratch makes it a little easier to accomplish that, or a complete refurbishment. Part of what we're going to see in the blended downtown is we have assets we want to make sure we preserve and maintain. Those may be a little more difficult from the code's perspective, having exiting and other things that are necessary to occupy a space that was not originally designed to be occupied. But in other areas or other adjacencies or a complete refurbishment of an existing building, those kinds of attributes can be added to be able to enliven some of that. What's fascinating about that is looking in context, what are you looking down on? And so part of that is also where would we want to try and focus that? Because then it involves screening of mechanical devices that are maybe on your neighbor's buildings that might excite us to look only at one avenue down on, say, Main Street, but our other neighbors are not quite as appropriate to engage with while you're up there in a dining experience. So it will evolve over time, but because of the development standards we have in place, which exist now, they're not new, these are our current prescribed limits, we can go to 5 stories. We have yet to exceed 3 stories in downtown. So as we see those opportunities to do that, you would definitely see occupied roofs as being a part of that economic strategy for that building in order to increase that capacity and square footage on a given parcel. So I think you'll see a lot more of that as time moves on.
John, did we look at green roofs?
Excuse me?
Did we look at green roofs as part of this? Do we have that option?
And energy standards will begin to help dictate some of that. We think living roofs are an amazing, fun thing. And I think part of discussions and strategies about these opportunity sites gives us an opportunity to categorize some of those things and say these are highly encouraged. So in other words, we can give like a scoring matrix to all of that to emphasize the idea we'd like to see these levels of improvement.
All right, I believe we had enough deliberation. Do we have a motion? Oh, no.
we don't.
I apologize. I need to do public comment for no public. Any comment cards? No? Mr. JP?
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff. JP Doucette, President, CEO, Lodi Chamber of Commerce. I am serving on the Downtown Specific Plan Steering Committee. I had some concerns or some issues that I was going to address tonight, some of which were answered in the staff presentation. We did have a steering committee on August 11th. It was attended by maybe a slim majority of the steering committee members. However, some of the memos and other deliverables that were discussed tonight obviously were not part of this presentation nor part of that update. I do believe waiting until the draft report comes out and be part of a broader public comment period does leave us potentially open to some blind spots in this document. We are spending $750,000, or I think the total actually exceeded that with Rail Pros on this document. It's meant to last 20 or 30 years. I really do believe that we need to have some more input. There's a reason why this steering committee was assembled and put together. Myself personally, I do not have a lot of experience in this realm. I need to get a lot of input from the professionals that do the development, that work through these processes, that have been part of specific planning processes in other communities. We have those resources not only in the community, but on the steering committee that took a look at some of the updates provided in terms of the mobility document or study and other things, and expressed to me that in their previous experience, they may have spent an entire session as a steering committee reviewing that mobility map and just going through it intersection by intersection. Now, staff may be doing that, but we do truly want more input earlier so that once we get that first draft and staff only has, per the contract, one opportunity to redline and turn that draft back over to the consultants for final draft. The more input we can get earlier, I believe, will result in a better document in the long run. So I'm encouraged to hear that there will be more input, because at that meeting, we were told that that was going to be the last time the steering committee was going to convene, as expressed through a direct question. So I am encouraged by that development, but a little confused as to, I think we received a little bit in greater detail at this meeting, which is great, answered some of my questions, but I would like to encourage a meeting with staff and that steering committee to really outline the process from here until.
If we wouldn't be able to get that set up, I would be amicable to that. Other council members are agreeable. Any other members of the public, please come to the podium now. Seeing no others, I will take a motion.
No motion
Oh,
needed.
no motion. Okay, well then we accept the report.
I will need a motion, though, because we are at 10:50 and we do have a few items left, and
Yes.
our time ends at 11, so I'll need a
I have been
council motion.
notified that we are able to skip the staff reports to get this through, but again, it's up to council.
You need a motion to extend for public comment?
Yes.
If,
We're going to be getting.
not for public comment, but for the city council to
Past 11 o'clock.
continue past 11 PM.
A roll going back to John Beckman's day in the lawsuit with guild cleaners.
Let's see if we can hammer it out.
Yeah.
Yep,
it's just-
all right.
I'll second. Oh, did you motion?
Make a motion, Lisa? So moved.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor?
Well, she's got.
Mayor Pro Tem Yepez is no longer on the call, so I can just.
Okay.
He's watching the sunrise.
It's more,
In Spain, how about that, man? I would do the same.
more.
No, well,
Okay.
okay. All right. And we will move on to item G5. Do any of the council members have any clarifying questions for this item? And Madam City Clerk, if you would just state the item out loud, please.
Yes. G5 is to adopt a resolution approving the revised CalCard use policy.
Do we have any council member comments, questions?
Got a question. The proposed Cal card policy, can you give me a summary on number 2, attachment number 2?
Dr. Nakanishi?
Yes.
If you would speak into the mic, it might help
sorry.
her hear better.
You have your,
Proposed Cal card use policy. Give me a summary.
Short summary, if you would please.
Yes, the summary is that through our audits, it was found that our CalCard policy could use some beefing up. So in this new proposed version for your consideration tonight, this one clearly defined authorized and non-authorized purchases, which are outlined in Section 8 of the policy. The requirement of all purchases to be delivered to city facilities is now in writing in the policy. This new or proposed policy in front of you also clearly defines roles, responsibilities, and procedures for prompt reconciliation of statements. This is mentioned throughout the policy, but it's clearly listed in Section 10 and in the quick reference transaction workflow. And then one of the last major points of this policy is that this is now a city council approved policy. If you adopt it tonight, in past it was an administrative policy, and now if any changes are needed in the future, it will come back to you for consideration.
G6 will give us the list of people who gets this card, am I correct?
That is the next council item on the agenda.
Thank you.
I have a comment, clarification, Mr. Mayor. No, they're not numbered pages. Okay. Under definitions, item J, who is the purchasing officer? Is that a appointed position, Mr. City Manager, or who is it? Just says, refers to the City of Lodi employee designated by the city manager.
Correct. So currently, that would be, I wear multiple hats at the moment. And so I would designate, if that so designation was needed, I would act as that purchasing officer. When we do have the restructuring that I've been talking to the city council about, having a department head oversee internal services, that would be a logical then designation for a purchasing
Designation.
officer, is that department head.
Okay.
But as the role I'm currently having, the city manager, city treasurer, purchasing officer, you could put that in there as well.
Okay.
And I would also add that our current purchasing policy that was approved by council back in 2020, it does delegates the authority of purchasing officer to departments for their individual purchasing. So the city manager has already delegated that authority.
Any other questions or statements?
Yeah, just one more on, no, two more. Under D, Department Directors, item 3, timely approval, all departmental transactions for processing by finance. Is that like a 10-day, 15-day, 30-day? Timely is kind of like, what is timely? So we have other prescriptions in here about 10 days and so forth. So I'm just wondering what finance, processing by finance needs to be.
Well, all CalCards need to be released in a workflow by the 10th of the month. So our statements go from the 23rd to the 22nd every month. It doesn't follow a true month.
Okay.
And we require all reconciliation and all CalCard statements into the workflow by the 10th of the following month.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's a specific.
There is.
Got it. All right. And then the last one, permitted and prohibited purchases. Item 1, CalCards may be used for the following purchases. All I want to clarify is as long as it's approved in the budget, because I think that's where you start to get into the issue of, what if we are in tight times and it's like, we got to drop some travel expenses or something. So is this just assuming that it's in the budget for the departments and that's what the assumption is?
Absolutely, any purchasing that happens within the city, you hold me accountable as a city manager, acting city manager, to ensure that the budget is being followed. So absolutely, whether it's CalCard, a purchase order, a contract, all need to be within budget. under the scenario of economic downturn, where you would then go to your city manager and say, times are tight, we need to start looking at cutting expenses lower than our budgeted amount, then that would be one of the instruments that we would use. So regardless of the procurement method, it is their city manager's responsibility that we stay within budget.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's it.
All right, I will take, oh, hold on. I will open public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Any cards? Seeing none. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We had
Second.
votes already?
I think it has to be reset.
She has to reset it, so I'll second the
All in
motion
favor?
to approve.
Yes.
Moving to item G5, passed unanimously. Madam City Clerk, go over item G6.
G6 is to adopt a resolution repealing and replacing Resolution 2024-32 and authorizing procurement cards to specified positions.
Thank you. And does council have any clarifying questions, comments, statements? Doctor?
I do. Is the procurement cards and the Cal card the same thing? They're the same thing?
Yes.
The other question I have is, how many Cal card users are there? How many Cal card users are there?
The last time I actually pulled the number, there was like about 145. But since then, some of the departments have actually already been working off this new authorized list. So it's probably down to about 135.
Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Okay.
And I heard that there was a goal to lower that amount eventually to around 80 something?
Yes, with this, the adoption of this, there will be cards that will, after tonight's meeting, will be shut off. And so, yes, with adoption of this, there will be a lower number, and I can come back with what that number is once
I believe
we go
I
through the list.
did read it in some.
So I think it's an issue of semantics, cards versus authorized positions.
I see.
So what the council's before you is authorized positions to hold the card.
Okay.
And so they're within the authorized positions, there may be 2 or 3 employees with that same classification.
Understood. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other clarifying questions, comments?
Just, so if I understand this correctly, Mr. Lindsay, we have 85 positions that are in this list. Is that correct?
The recommended list for the 25 resolution, that's correct.
Okay, so we're going from 145, whatever it is, down to 85. So I appreciate the departments going through and making those strategic cuts. I believe Public Works still could cut some more, but you know what? I gave some direction tonight, and I hope it's followed. I want to see what the recommendation is that comes out of the Haslett forensics report. And I'll be interested in seeing what the best practices are in that regard. And then I would like to take some direction for that. So for at this point in time, we've cut it down significantly. I think it still can be cut down some more, and look forward to hearing what our consultant has to make in terms of a recommendation, so.
Could somebody reiterate what the numbers were previously compared to now, and can you explain that again?
So 112 authorized positions that the city council authorized 112 positions in last year, 2024. This resolution before you tonight takes it down to 85.
12 to 85 out of 400 some odd staff? Was that the total number? I mean, I don't know what the standard is here, but it still seems like a pretty high number.
I concur, but I don't know how to go through picking out which ones to take out until we get a recommendation.
So, and I had spoken to James about this morning. Number one, it is a decrease, and as far as changing items in a functioning city, if you do it too large at one time, then it might, act as a shock to the system. My understanding is if we decrease the number of cards, that individuals from Public Works, it's going to halt certain projects because then they have to go find somebody with a Cal card. So, I actually do appreciate Lisa's perspective. We're still cutting it down, and then we can bring this item back to cut down further. I don't think that us making that decision tonight is going to be a qualified one.
I don't want to be too arbitrary about it.
I'd be happy to support this tonight with the intent to
Bring it
culminate
back.
this
Yeah.
even further based off of what was just stated.
Just
I'm in
follow
agreement.
up, Mr. Mayor, do all of these positions with the new CalCart policy, they'll have to sign the form, go through the necessary training? Is that correct for each of these positions?
Yes, yes, the answer is yes. One of the important parts of what we are accomplishing with these new policies, and I think the most significant step, is the training and reacquaintance of the policies. And so getting everything so that you've gone through training again, you've signed the forms again, you read the policy as it's been updated, that commitment, and having that be a cultural standard so that is regularly done. I think that would be a big step in just helping ensure compliance with the policies, is that it's constantly in front of the employees.
Understood. Any other questions or statements? Otherwise, I'll take a motion
Sorry, so when would we intend to bring this back for reveal?
after the audit is done, which we approved tonight.
Happy to bring it back. This is an annual resolution. You look at this every year. And so the timing of it could be, in the calendar year, or we could do it at the beginning of the 2026, which is about the time you would look at it anyway.
Do we want to set a date, a specific date? Okay. I'll take a motion.
Oh,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Item G7, Madam City Clerk, if you'd go over that.
G7 is to adopt a resolution authorizing acting city manager to execute an amended and restated employment agreement with Christina Jeremy for a salary increase to $213,000 retroactive to July 1st, 2025.
Does council have any questions or statements?
I don't.
Glad you hung around for it, Christina.
I would just note that I do appreciate you, Christina, and all the work you've done for the department. I realize that you've taken a few different roles, as well as Director for Parks and Rec. And thank you for your service to the city. And I'll hopefully see you tomorrow morning, which
know
seems
about
like
that.
it's in 20 minutes.
I don't know that I'll be there tomorrow morning.
All right. On any case, if there's no other items to discuss, I'll take a motion. Thank you.
Comment.
Open public comment. Do we have any comment cards? Any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please come and do so now. Seeing none, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? And it passes unanimously. And moving to the last item of the night, item H1, Madam City Clerk.
Yeah, I'll just note for the record that G9 was pulled from the agenda. So H1 is the waiving of the second reading and adopting ordinance number 2033, amending Lodi Municipal Code Section 2.44.040, appointing authorities to allow the city council to temporarily appoint staff to perform required duties during appointee vacancies, and acknowledging that the city manager and city treasurer are not conflicting offices. This ordinance was introduced, and the waiving of the first reading was presented to council on, so late now, August 20th, at the regular meeting of August 20th. Council went ahead and waived the first reading and introduced the ordinance. It is the recommendation to waive the second reading and move forward with adopting ordinance 2033.
I'm going to first open public comment before I forget tonight.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just note, there is a blue sheet, but the blue sheet just includes the red line of the change, so no substantive difference from what was included in the packet.
Public comment is open. Do we have any cards? And do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? To the podium now. Seeing none. Do we have any council comments or questions?
I'd move to approve with the blue sheet amendment.
Second?
All in favor? Passes unanimously, and seeing no further actions on the agenda, we'll adjourn the meeting at 11:07 PM. Good night.
Right?